Now sound is on. How's that? Make some technical adjustments here. 5x5. Thanks, JW, Tony, Dave, and Ufer. Thank y'all guys for coming in. Maybe that's better. Still adjusting here. All good. No feedback. No reverb. 2x4, 7x7. That's good enough. Treasure hunter. Prep for eternity. You guys got some coffee. I want to try and not pull a 6 hour one like last time, but we'll stay as long as need be. Let everybody get their hellos in. I got a few people that want to come up, chit chat tonight. I'll drop a link. I know a couple of guys that want to come up. If anybody else, we'll try and give y'all some airtime and discuss everything. Hey, Ragnarok, how you doing? I didn't expect to see you here. How's the weather holding out up there today? Are your 70 temps gone? Hey, Alexandra, thanks for stopping by. Can you stay? Hey, Tina. I'll give everybody a few minutes here. I'm going to try and drop a link in here. And for y'all that want to come up, we'll get y'all backstage. How's everybody doing? Anybody up there in the Ohio area? Anybody around? Anything big going on? Been going on here lately? Hey, Shift. Hey, Hey, Deb. How you doing? Texas Views, Chuck. It's been a while since I did a live, guys. I'm going to get over here and talk to y'all. Let me try and get some stuff going here. Looks like Mr. Potter's back here in the background. Hi, Glenn. Talk to us. Let us hear some signal.
Can you hear me?
I got no sound on you.
Hang on. Me.
Keep trying. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
There we go. No, I had the other window open. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
I still don't hear you, but let me see here. It's probably
anything at all?
If I turn you up on my computer, I get reverb.
Do you have the YouTube window open?
Everybody here is Glenn.
All right.
Let me see here. I don't think so. Let me look. Probably. That might help. Y'all excuse all my technicalities here. Oh, yeah, that's much better. Now I got you no reverb. Too many windows open.
Yeah. Kind of throws me off trying to look at the page with YouTube on it.
Right on, Patty. Thank you. You can hear both of us. Right on. Well, guys, it's been 5 minutes. I've been chit-chatting with Glenn a little bit over the phone. Guy does some pretty cool stuff down there, and we seem to think along the same line. So I invited him up here to chit chat with us tonight, go over a few things, opinions. Y'all know me. I don't beat around the bush too much. I just call it like I see it. So, Glenn kind of feels the same way. I don't really have anything lined out specifically to talk about. I made a list of topics we can hit on, but I mean, y'all guys see what's going on in the news and what's happening. So anything y'all want to talk about, I mean, I think me and Glenn are probably pretty open and are going to give you an honest opinion of what we think is happening anyway.
I will definitely say exactly what I think.
Hey, Jan, I see you come in there. What do y'all want to kick it off with? I mean, y'all throw some topics out there in the chat. Obviously, everything going on from the fires to the train derailments. I mean, the uranium fire.
Yeah.
Is all this coincidental, or is there something nefarious going on?
I would say right off the bat, everything's way too convenient to be a coincidence.
Way too many coincidences for it to just to be happening.
Yeah. I don't know, it fits with the agenda so well. There is no way you can tell me that this is all by accident. It just happened to work out that way.
Exactly. It all leads us down that same road. Now, if you want to suggest that, are you thinking foreign or domestic?
Well, I
Maybe
would
a little
say
both.
it's all of it. Honestly, it's the way I look at it. There's a group
Probably
of
the
people that,
foreign has paid off the domestic to some degree.
oh yeah, I mean it's a huge wealth exchange going on right now, and
Very
it
large.
starts out with the people that are running the WEF, and they dictate policy that they want to the politicians, and they do the bidding.
Politicians make the laws for us to follow. No doubt.
If that's something you feel inclined to do, follow laws.
Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous the laws that they're making. I mean, I won't go into too deep what I think about all the laws, but I don't see how they can all be followed. I mean, everything from banning the gas stoves to going to ban your chickens in your backyard. They can pass all these laws, but I don't see any way possible they're going to be able to enforce them. I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
all the gun stuff. Everybody's afraid they're going to come take your guns. They're going to take your guns, and there's millions and millions and millions of us out here, and even though they're hiring an extra 80 or 100,000 agents, I mean, the numbers are just not really too much in their favor.
No, there's the numbers are way off.
I think they get them laws in place so that when they pick out the people that they want to target, it's easy to catch them on violations, and then they can pick those people off one at a time.
Yeah, the problem is there's only so many of them, and if they start coming for guns and doing that kind of stuff, it's only a matter of very short time before people
I
know.
think there is definitely probably going to be people that will stand up against that eventually. I mean, we see, lots of gun channels and people on YouTube that have been taken down and swatted, or, you get the ATF involved with these people that, are showing and talking about their guns and things on YouTube. It gets them in trouble. But, we've watched through history how they treat people with guns. I mean, we know the government is the largest mass murderer of all. And that was,
Mm-hmm.
shown right here in Texas, as a matter of fact. Uh, Many of y'all probably remember Waco. And
Oh
no
yeah.
matter what the people want to say about the guy there and what they were doing, what happened was, it wasn't right to those men, women, and children in that facility. It never should have happened that way. And, that's what the government's going to do to you. I mean, every nail sticking out is going to get the hammer. I think that's probably one reason why everybody's got this question. How come nobody's standing up to all this? How come nobody takes the lead? How come nobody, fights this?
It's
As soon
a
as,
large coordinated effort.
yeah, as soon as you try to coordinate something, I mean, they're going to be on you like white on rice. So, you can't. I mean, I took a little bit of heat for just the meeting that we had here locally at our place. I had some strange uh, inquisitions as to what I was doing, how many people who was showing up, that kinds of things that made me it raised my eyebrows just being that small of a meeting.
Yeah, you can't really trust much of it, especially if it's done online.
No, I mean, there again, that leads down the same road as to a lot of people probably here in the chat and other places that I see on YouTube. They have a hard time meeting people. I mean, they've divided us and separated us so far now that people that even think alike can't come together. I mean, they're afraid of, what's going to happen or what's being reported or who's taking pictures or who's recording or who's the FBI agent that's infiltrated the group. I mean, you can't get good law abiding, citizens together, to just talk, without raising eyebrows from these people. And yet they go around the world doing all of these different things, I mean, all of the talk here lately is just on Ukraine and what's been going on in Ukraine and, whatever it may be, the corruption, the money laundering, whatever. Ukraine is just, it's this much. I mean,
Yeah,
these people have been doing this for, 70, 80, 90 years, to the American people. We didn't get to 32 or 33 trillion dollars debt, just by playing the game fairly.
no,
So the Ukraine is just it's a little tip of the iceberg, but that is the 5 minute news cycle, that people see and people are on and they pay attention to.
it's a
And
money laundering scheme. That's what Ukraine is.
totally a money laundering operation. A lot of people don't understand how all that works, and they think money laundering that it's just pallets of cash going over there, like they apparently sent to you. What was it, Iran a few years ago? There's probably definitely a lot of cash flowing over there, but the majority of the money you see them approving over there is going to the military industrial complex here.
Yeah,
They're approving those billions of dollars for, Raytheon and Boeing and Northrop Grumman and all these guys to make bombs and fighter jets and tanks and ammunition to send over there, which
yeah, that's
enriches these people here. If you look up the military industrial complex companies, those shareholders and owners are, your politicians.
it all just passes through the same hands, and they already have the contracts to rebuild Ukraine when it
That's
all
right.
goes when it all comes crumbling down.
And they've already approved billions and billions of dollars for over there.
And it all
All
goes
part of
right
that.
back to the same people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was the same deal in, Iraq and Afghanistan with, the Bushes and the Cheneys and, all the big oil companies and rebuilding companies that got the trillions of dollars in contracts. This same saga just keeps playing on and on and on and on for the American people in the world. That's one thing that I try and grasp the concept around is, if you want to talk about this new world order and the one world government and one world religion, what are these people, what are they going to have to pull off to get the world to want to come together? Throughout history, throughout all of our time, we have never come together as one world. All of the people here, working together for one good cause. So what are these nefarious WEF, NWO, UN people? What are they going to pull off? What kind of disaster are they going to have to make the whole world come together? I mean, as an example, 9/11, that brought the country together. I mean, everybody thought at the time
Yeah.
they were lying to us. It didn't really matter at the time where you were, who you were, what you were, all that kind of stuff. We came together as a country and stood together as one. So if it took that big of a disaster to get our country together, what kind of a disaster is it going to take to get the world together?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what it's going to take for the whole world to get together and unite in any capacity.
I think
I
we're probably seeing the beginning of it right now. I mean, the shortages, the food, the medicine, the wars,
attrition.
everything. Yeah, they're going to make everything harder and harder and harder for people to survive and live and have anything. These times are going to get so hard and so bad, and people are going to get so desperate and be so far in despair that they are going to beg for anything, food, a warm place to stay, shelter. And if this new world order, one world government is willing to give that to them, I think they're gonna sign right off and take whatever it is they got to take and bend the
Hmm.
knee and comply.
Well, that seems to be their method is
It's
using the attrition, and they're slowly pushing more and more and more.
yes, they make it harder. I mean, every major international board out there is pretty much saying there's going to be food shortages. I mean, we see all over the problems that the world is having with water. Obviously the war, and that's only growing. You know, I mean, everybody is saying we're on the verge of World War III. And the last time I looked, and I did a video on it a few months ago, the last time I looked, I think there were 175 countries that were currently at war that had, some kind of a war going on. Well, there's only like 210 or 12 countries. So if 175 are involved in some kind of conflict, that's world war to me. So
Yeah,
we've been in it a while.
yeah. Well,
And
and it's not even all been kinetic.
no,
It's been a
no.
cyber war. It's
Yeah, what we're seeing now is,
propaganda.
the propaganda, the infiltration, maybe some sabotage and digital. But I don't think a lot of people realize also it doesn't have to go kinetic for them to affect us anymore. I mean, it
No.
doesn't have to be like World War II with bombs dropping over here on our cities to affect people. A lot smarter people than me out there can sit here and click away on that keyboard, and they can shut down a lot of the conveniences that our Americans are used to. And
Yeah,
that is their motto, order from chaos. And what does all of this create? I mean, every single thing that you see going on, whether it be the food plants burning down, the chemical fires, the train derailments, you know, just a few months ago, it was all about, the food shortages, and we've seen the water in California and all that. I mean, it's happening before our very eyes.
yeah,
All of it. They are attacking every side of civilization. And it's not just here in America, which I don't think a lot of people realize either. It is a worldwide attack that they are doing. And it
we
doesn't,
already had countries fall. Sri
yes,
Lanka was one of the recent ones.
yes. I mean, I heard them talking about some small sliver of land over there by Moldova or somewhere that the Russians are, it's always been their land and they've kept that land. And even through the separation of Europe, they still control that little small piece of land over there. And, it's just going to, it is all spiraling out of control as far as the world, the war is concerned, because you cannot have this much hardware together. I mean, the planes and the missiles and the ships and the subs and the soldiers and the tanks, that you can't possibly have all of this technology and hardware in such a confined space that there's not eventually going to be a human mistake. And when that human mistake is made, it could have very dire consequences. because, like,
Yeah.
as everybody says, everybody's kind of on, the razor's edge on this deal, and it just takes one little screw up, and you know, it's it's the excuse they have used in a lot of past conflicts. Let's say that.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that they're pushing the fear so hard. I mean, it doesn't make everybody fear, but it stresses people out and puts people on
Totally,
edge so that
totally.
they can get people to snap and do things and point and say, hey, look at this while they do something else.
All right, all distraction. They've got so much going on that it's not possible for people to keep up with it anymore. I mean, I used to try, but probably over the last few years since we had the big COVID deal, uh, I've just really come to the conclusion that it doesn't matter why these people are doing what they're doing. It's leading down that road, and we know where that road is going, and
Yeah.
it's not going to be a pretty ride.
The
Uh,
why doesn't even matter.
yeah, the why doesn't even matter now. It's one thing that I've tried to get across on a lot of my videos is, people need to stop being reactive and be proactive. There is probably not a lot that could happen that would actually surprise me. I mean, not that I wouldn't be surprised that it happened, but so many things are going on that you don't
Yeah.
have a conspiracy theory anymore. I mean, it's just insane. It
Yeah.
all comes true.
Give a theory a little bit of time and it becomes fact.
Exactly. Exactly. Everything. I'm sure most of y'all know JW. JW, welcome in. Can I hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, you good. I can hear you. Everybody hear him in the
Yeah, I can
stream out
hear you.
there? And these are, for everybody in the chat, these are just two normal guys. I mean, they're not wild, crazy preppers. They go through the same, struggles and face the same struggles that all of us do, getting ready for what's going on. But I mean, y'all guys go check out their channel. JW puts out some good news and stays on top of stuff. He's always up to something over there. And Glenn, he's a hell of a knife maker. Y'all go check out some of the stuff he does. He's turned out some pretty nice blades. And
I've
I
got to
haven't seen
get
him
some
uploaded
stuff on
either.
my channel.
You've been sending me pictures, and I ain't seen them videos go up on them blades.
No, no, I've had so much going on here lately. I going in too many different ways,
I
but I'll
understand
get
that.
back to it.
I think everybody's got so much going on. It's just, it's crazy from everything. Again, the inflation, the prices, people moving around the country, making life decisions. It's people got a lot going on, especially the
Yeah.
ones that got any idea as to what's coming. They're trying to prepare.
Yeah.
Probably most of the people in this chat. I mean, I don't see too many new faces in there, but
Right.
and sorry if I missed all y'all in the chat and hadn't said hello. But I do appreciate all y'all coming by. Y'all throw some ideas out there what y'all want to talk about. Glenn, JW,
I got a question though. It's just bugging the crap out of me, and I'm just gonna address the elephant in the room here.
let's
What is
bring it.
that thing? What's that thing sticking up top of your head?
That is my antenna, man. Come on,
Oh,
come on.
The tinfoil hat.
okay.
See,
Oh,
we got
okay.
the round earthers here, and we got the flat earthers. So we got.
Oh, I couldn't even tell it was aluminum foil
Well,
from.
it's getting kind of old and worn. The all the information that's coming in that I'm trying to block out here. It's wearing thin on my tinfoil. I need to make me a new one. I've got a cowboy hat design that's coming. My traditional hat. I got one of them kind of in the making.
I've just been sitting there staring at that thing, wonder
That's
if
my
he knows
tinfoil
his.
hat, man. You're gonna have to get you one of these tinfoil hats. You're gonna be coming on this channel all much.
I I was just like, I wonder if he knows he's got something sticking out the top of his head.
Yeah, that's my antenna, man. That collects everything. Hey, what was your question there, Lost Beagle? Hit us with it. Who was leaving up there? Who was leaving? I can't keep up with the chat, guys. I'm sorry.
It is hard to keep up with.
Hang on.
There's,
Somebody had a question. Beagle had a question. I'll try and find it. I'll try and watch up.
yeah, he said I have a question, but yeah, I don't see that. There's Jimmy Crack Corn. I ain't seen him in a long time.
I made a little list. I mean, of about 10 things we can talk about. So, I mean, y'all throw something out there and let's see if we're all on the same page here.
Well, Las Vegas says, what happens to debt when the banks die?
My opinion on that, your debt is going to stay the same. Their debt will be erased. And then I don't think it's going to be so much of a debt eraser for them. Uh, there was a guy in here a minute ago that was he was a banker. He could probably explain it to you better than me, but let's put it this way. The banks have a lot of gold in their vaults. All right. That's what the banks buy. That's what they've bought and stored over time for value. And many of those banks had millions of ounces of gold in their vaults before we were taken off of the gold standard in 1970s. All right. Well, before that, when they took us off of that gold standard, those ounces of gold were valued at $35 to $50. And after they took us off of the gold standard, all right, you know the price of gold now, $1,600 to $1,900 an ounce, fluctuating. All these banks have to do is go back in there and reevaluate their gold. And if they had 1,000,000 ounces at $35 an ounce, they had $35 million worth of gold, basically. Well, now they're going to reevaluate those same million ounces at $2,000 an ounce. And, you know, they have $200 million. That's the way the banks can manipulate their money. So your debt will remain, and you will always owe that to them until this new world order, you will own nothing, be happy kind of thing comes in. That's where all of the talk comes in about you're going to lease your car, you're going to lease your refrigerator, you're going to lease your house, you're going to lease everything, and you will own nothing. But war erases countries and international debt. That's how they work that out. It's what happened in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And also, don't forget about the central bank digital currency. Once that comes in, and people like us can't participate in the system, and at that point, you know, who's coming to get that?
I have seen, whether it's real or not, I have seen some things on the CBDC, how they are going to tier the people. There are basically 3 tiers. You have an elite tier, basically a middle class tier, and a lower class tier. And basically, you're given your CBDC based on the amount of wealth you have at the time it is initiated. And that plays into the universal basic income. Each tier is going to be allotted a certain amount of money every month added to your account. And, you know, based on your tier, if you're an elite, you may get 5,000 USD. If you're middle class, you may get 1,000. And if you're lower tier, you may get 500. And many of these accounts on the USD CBDC are already set up. Many of the people that you see famous on TV, big names, they already have their accounts set up with billions of dollars in their CBDC accounts. And the people like us that do not comply and will not go along with the system, we will be allotted nothing.
Yeah.
If you don't get your digital ID, you obviously won't be able to go to the store and buy food. That means no driver's license. That means no bank account. That means no medical service for you. They can lock every bit of that down with your digital ID. The CBDC simply comes along with the digital package that they already have ready for you. Everybody has a file already.
Well, I want nothing to do with it.
And that's going to be the problem for us that don't want to comply. I mean, we're seeing it already in the other countries. I mean, Canada is a prime example. The things that they are initiating up there, whether it be with the medical or the financials or whatever it may be, it's all a control issue. And all you got to do is look at China. All right, China is the leader in all that. I was just watching a guy earlier today that is an expat from China. They worked and lived over there many years. He married a lady from over there, and from the moment you enter the country over there, they know exactly what you're doing, where you're going, what you're buying, who you're seeing, who you're talking to. He went so far as to say even foreigners that come into that country with a passport, they are assigned basically a police officer to watch them. And there may be one police officer for, 10 tourists that are on that visa. And they keep up with them. I mean, they watch them, they know what they're doing. And that's the way they do all of their citizens. And the CBDC, the digital ID, all of that, we've got them all right here already. I mean, everybody carries one of these things with you all the time. And in China, that's a requirement. You got to have it with you. If you don't, it's like jail, death sentence or something. Because this tells them everything they need to know, and we give it to them voluntarily. All of those systems are already in place. I mean, the guy that was on here earlier from the bank, he can tell you the systems are already there. They just need to push the button to start them. We've all heard the beta testing on the CBDC and everything. They're already doing it. They're already using it. Companies are, everybody's agreeing to it, voluntarily.
Well, you got
Go ahead.
another question here. Uh, from San Lin, I think it's what it was. Want to know if the EMP protectors really work on the vehicles.
Well, I have no idea, San Lee. I don't have one on mine. The problem is that all of these companies can make any promise they want to you, and until the day it happens, you're not going to know. Because it's not like they detonate a lot of these EMP devices anymore to test. And, you can run all the laboratory tests you want inside of that controlled room to test your little fuse device that may or may not work. But out in the real world, when it happens, it's going to be location, location, location. And, some electronic devices may still work afterwards. Probably a lot will not. A lot of that is going to be, just depend on location and size of the device.
Yeah, can you just imagine if a real big one? How is it Gary or Greg?
Glenn.
Me?
Oh, it's Glenn. Oh, it's Glenn.
Glenn.
Okay, okay. Hello, Glenn. Yeah, we talk about EMPs a lot on my channel too, and yeah, if a big one hit, there would be planes coming down like
It's a
oh
lot
yeah.
harder than I think what most people think or know to EMP proof a device. I mean, the proof that I find in that is our military. Obviously, they know it's a weapon. They probably have them. They know our enemies have them. Why is not every military vehicle EMP proof, and every airplane and every helicopter and every ship? Simply because the cost is so great and the practicality is, it's not there for the money. My solar system here on my home, they said they could EMP proof my solar system, but it was about a $15,000 upgrade
What?
just to do that, and it's no guarantee. I mean, it's they can just hope that it would help, and
Yeah.
again, for the cost involved, may or maybe, I don't have that kind of money that I can just throw $15,000 away on a maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But one way with the vehicles, if you get an older vehicle that doesn't run off of any ECU or anything like that,
Yes, no
that
circuit.
that'll still work.
Yes, no circuits, no diodes, no electronics, and really, you got to get back into the 50s. I mean, people think 70s or 60s, and there's a lot of relays and circuitry that were used in those 60s and 70s cars.
yeah,
Not that everything might or might not work. The key components there are going to be the ignition. Obviously, you can drive without air conditioning or wipers or that kind of stuff, but most vehicles from the early 60s on had an electronic ignition. That was a big thing, is getting away from those points on old cars. Points are hard to adjust; they burn out, and it's just that ignition was always a problem with points. That's the first thing that most people change out on an old classic car, is they get rid of that points ignition system and put an updated electronic ignition on it. So if you're looking to buy an old car, make sure it has the old original points.
Yeah.
why don't you, can you like go into more detail for the people, let them know what a point is? Because try to give them a visualization here.
Well, I'm not a mechanic by any stretch of the
Well,
imagination, but the
it
important
spins
part,
around,
yeah, the
spins around, makes
distributor,
contact, and tells the spark
the
plugs
firing
when to
sequence.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
firing
the,
sequence. There we
it's
go.
the firing sequence of the engine. In old cars, when you look over into the engine, it'll have a round distributor cap that your spark plug wires are plugged into, right? Most newer vehicles, they got coil packs on them, so you don't see that old round distributor in there. But the old cars got an old round distributor. If you take that cap off, that's called a rotor cap. If you take that off, you look down inside of there, there's going to be a little square, round looking thing that sits down on top of a shaft that goes down into the motor that spins. And it hits each one of those plugs, and that's the firing sequence of that engine. Well, underneath that little rotor cap down in there sits a little diode, a little electronic resistor that makes sure that spark is always a good, hot, even spark. All right? It's electronic. It's just a little diode looking relay thing down in there. I don't even know what the hell it's called, but resistor. Well, the old cars, all right, if you get before that, there's no electronic little diode down in there. It's a mechanical spring activated, 2 points come together like on a thermostat, basically. And it hits every time you get a spark on one of them plugs. After time, them little points, they get carbon on them, or they'll get burned out, or the timing will get off on that old engine, and it doesn't fire real good. So everybody got away from them points, and they went to electronic, because generally when you put electricity to that coil, it's going to fire in the proper sequence. But an EMP gets close enough, and it's going to burn that little resistor right out, and you got no ignition, no firing sequence to start that motor. And that's three things you got to have: air, fuel, and spark. If you ain't got those three things, you ain't going to get that motor to run.
Right.
Diesel, you get a little older diesel. Diesels, if you can get a spark on a diesel started, it runs by compression. It doesn't need a spark to actually run. If you can
Yeah,
get
it
that
has
motor
glow
to turn
plugs.
over, a diesel will run. Again, older. The new ones, they got so much electronic doodads and gadgets and relays and safety and environmental on them, you can't make them run. But even if you come across an old tractor, A lot of old tractors. If you got a hot wire, you can make an old diesel engine run.
Yeah.
Who else has got questions? What else we got here? How about how's everybody doing out there? What are you hearing on all these job losses going on? I mean, I know it's just the big tech companies, but they're laying off, thousands and thousands and thousands of people all at once. What are the other industries out there doing? I know we don't have a lot of industry here in the U.S. anyway, but is anybody involved with the auto manufacturing? I'm seeing like more cars and stuff on these sales lots, but nobody's buying them for the interest rates.
Hey, the industries are catching on fire.
Yeah, yeah, things are burning down right and left. How about energy? Have y'all seen any increase in your energy bills?
Oh yeah.
Like
It's
20,
going up
30,
quite a bit.
40%? That's part of the thing that ain't figured in on inflation. They don't even consider food and fuel and energy in on your inflation. The inflation
Yeah.
number, they lie to us anyway about it, and it's all manipulated number, but they don't figure in the three greatest things that we use here.
Yeah. John Hollis wants to know, who do you think will join Russia other than China, India, North Korea, or Iran?
Well, there's a BRICS pact.
Yeah, I mean, just
Uh,
look at all the.
Belarus,
Mhm.
Russia, Iran, China, and what was the S?
There's already like 50 countries that have signed on to that BRICS agreement.
Uh,
Any of them. There's a lot of countries out there that are going to join, those big two or three little small countries. And they really don't even have to, in my opinion. I mean, China at 1.4 or 1.5 billion people, just logically thinking, they got to have a couple of million that they could just you know, throw to the sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, today, I think it was today, United Nations voted to tell Russia to get up out of Ukraine.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
I didn't see it, but
I didn't see that.
no,
Yeah.
I believe anything that United Nations says about as far as I can throw it. I mean, it's a useless waste of money. It was just last
Yeah.
week. Wasn't Russia supposed to bring Biden up on war crime charges or something at the UN? I mean, that's
Yeah.
all just part of the show, stage, world distraction, throw money at politicians, part of the money laundering operation.
And then there's Ukraine is supposedly putting together a massive troop invasion on Russia. you, you imagine a little bit of Ukraine trying to go into big Russia
Uh-huh.
with troops. Uh,
Well, I've been hearing for the longest time now that really Ukraine doesn't have any more soldiers. I mean, I think most of the people that are over there are mercenaries and, troops that they are sending in. I wouldn't say UN troops, but, other European
Private
nations.
military.
Yeah. Uh, they get by saying that or doing that by just saying the people we're sending over there are advisors. I saw some headline today. We were sending 200 more troops to Taiwan. Uh,
Yeah.
we already have, probably what, 100,000 over there in the European theater already.
now, let's just run this scenario right here. Now, Glenn, tell me what you think about this. Uh, suppose just for just for giggles here, if a country wanted to come and invade us, I'm talking about pull the ships up here and troops be jumping off and and tanks and stuff coming in. What do we have? We don't have nothing around the United States to protect it. I mean, yeah, we got the submarines and the ships, but I'm talking about like
Well,
is actual ground stuff. We don't have nothing sitting around.
there is still some relics left over from I think World War II and one. I know on the East Coast of Delaware, there's bases all along there, and there's mines in the water in certain areas, and they have bases that are there but a little defunct. I know some of the coasts do have some deterrents, but I think they're mostly relying on submarines and ships and ground bases on the coast.
For major deterrents, yes. Throughout all of these bases, I mean, there's plenty of hardware sitting around at all these bases. I mean, just here in Texas, right down there at Killeen, I mean, there's plenty of tanks and helicopters and planes. And I saw something come across today. They had a couple of submarine hunters out there off of the East Coast, and they had about 5 or 6 F-15s down in the Gulf that were out there checking some stuff out. That guy on Monkey Works, he does a lot of aviation stuff and stuff with that military. But it's just like the balloon thing. I mean, if there's a threat that they sense oncoming, they have a lot of stuff here to scramble. Don't think that we're down to bare minimum.
A lot of people think it's going to be when China comes in, it's going to be a Red Dawn situation.
I don't think too many countries out there got the cojones to actually come in direct like that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They are very well aware of how spoiled Americans are with their conveniences. And they know the statistic is all they have to do is turn out the lights, and about 90% are going to die off. And, the division that our government has done already, and the division that has been growing here in the States for some time, I mean, like I said, we're already on that razor's edge. They don't have to invade us. All they need to do is kick off a civil war, shut out the lights. I mean, they don't have to drop bombs over here to make it happen. I've said for the longest time, I don't think, if you're going to sign up and let the government send you off to some foreign land to die in a sand dune or something like that, sure, you might be fighting a Russia or a Chinaman. But as far as here on the U.S. soil, I don't think you're going to be fighting the Ruskies or the Chinamen. You're going to be fighting other starving Americans, and, some people might come in conflict with the government agencies, to some degree. But I think they fully intend on spreading our military very thin around the world and bringing the UN troops in here to control the Americans.
Bingo.
There's no soft spots on the American troops, having to handle the American people. Even though, I won't go too far into the military, but most of the people that are in the military now complied with the mandates that they put on them. And, if those people complied with those mandates and took it, I think those people would be probably more than willing to impose that same thing on you. So I don't think they're going to put the U.S. military in that position. I think it's easier for them to call in the UN guys. And again, the chaos that ensues, all this defund the police thing, the Civil War, the chaos, once it gets out of control where the police can't control it, if they don't call in the U.S. military, we've already signed those agreements to let the UN troops come in. And you think the police
right,
don't care about you here? How do you think them UN troops are going to feel about your freedoms?
Yeah, they're not going to care. Right now, there's something about the Biden trying to sign over some whatever it is to the WHO for them to handle pandemics.
Yes, and they've already signed all that. It's already been signed.
Is it waiting to go through, or
I think
what
it's
are
all
they doing with that currently?
I think it actually went through in October. that whatever the WHO says on pandemics and rules and mandates are what we got to kind of go along with.
Oh no, this is something to put us into their system, and everything be tied to the WHO. Something about it supposed to be going through on the 27th of this month.
I hadn't heard about that one. The last one I heard on the WHO was he agreed and signed that whatever the WHO says on mandates and vaxes and lockdowns and all that, all the countries would agree to it, and they signed that pact and put them
It could
in
be the
charge.
same thing.
Yeah, put them in charge of the pandemic, basically. Maybe it is going into effect on the 27th. Maybe it was just introduced in October and it went into effect on the 27th. And I've said the whole time, yeah, those mandates and lockdowns and all that vax stuff it's coming back. It ain't gone away. That worked way too good for them.
Oh,
I
yeah.
definitely think all that
worked out great.
Mm-hmm.
Tara Milligan wants to know. She wants to know, what is y'all's opinion on Putin placing his nukes in many different locations?
I got no problem
Straight.
with wherever Putin wants to put his nukes, it's fine with me. It's Russia. He can put them wherever he wants to.
Well, I think, are you talking about them moving the submarines around and placing them outside of Russia?
I don't know if they just want to
Thanks
know
for coming back in.
what you thought about him putting his nukes in different locations.
I've heard they've moved some around some of their mobile stuff, but I can't blame him. I mean, look at what we're doing. I mean, you can only poke the bear so much, guys.
And see, they considered Ukraine to be like a buffer zone right there to give them some reaction time.
To me, that's what started the whole thing. I mean, they can blame Putin, they can blame Ukraine, they can blame everybody. That war has been going on over there for 10, 12 years now. And the whole time, NATO has been pushing on that border. And Putin has told them and told them and told them. And logically speaking, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. You're not going to let your enemy right up to your border. I mean,
that was part of what pissed him off in the first place.
Exactly.
Because NATO wasn't supposed to be there.
That's right. Ukraine was never supposed to be a part of NATO. And they have pushed and pushed and pushed and got their corruption in over there and done so many things and, switched the government out. I mean, you remember all that stuff that went on? I mean, nobody thinks about all them, all that government switcheroo and vote and all that stuff that happened. I mean, we're in it, eyeball deep over there.
Yeah.
And we, the government that we have today just keeps pushing harder and harder and harder to that line. At some point, the man has to say enough. And everybody has drawn red lines all over the map over there. And those red lines have been crossed and walked over and pushed back and moved forward and all around. And, what we see over here is complete propaganda. I mean, you get onto other news sources in the world other than what you see right here in the U.S., and I can guarantee you it's not going near as good for Ukraine.
Sorry about that.
Somebody got a train.
Train? Yeah, it's me.
Hey, man, you're close to them tracks. You really better be careful.
Yeah.
There's one house between me and the tracks.
Woo.
Yeah, makes me a little nervous these days.
Did you feel your house shaking any?
A little bit. Not in this room. It's got a 3 feet of concrete under my feet.
Yeah, that whole Russia thing over there is, we get complete propaganda here. I ain't saying I'm pro-Russian, pro-Ukraine, but I can tell you, whatever this government here is saying, I'm doing a 180 and trying to follow exactly the opposite of whatever it is they're saying, because they are full of lies and corruption, and there is nothing good that is coming out of there. Everything Biden has done, everything Biden has done in the last few weeks should solidify it for every single person out there. I don't care if you're red, blue, green, pink, yellow, black, or brown. I mean, you know, again,
I,
John just mentioned it a while ago, the 15-minute news cycle. I give you credit if you can keep somebody's attention for 15 minutes. It's more like 5. I mean, whatever happened to Flint, Michigan? Did those people ever get clean water up there?
No,
right.
Does anybody even know? Whatever happened to that news cycle?
I
You know,
don't
we
think
can't
they
give
did.
those people clean water. Whatever happened to the people down in Mississippi? They ever get any clean water? They pumping any water to them, or is everybody still drinking out of bottles? Now you got the Ohio thing going on. I mean, it's just disaster after disaster after disaster right here in the U.S. And the president is going to fly overseas and give billions of dollars to these people. All right. Not even for the war effort. We're talking for their pensions, and they're spending money in their pocket, is what he said.
Mm.
Millions and millions of Americans sit over here without clean water, a basic
Mhm.
human right. And he goes overseas and gives these billions of dollars away. That should just tell every American what your government thinks about you and how much they care.
Mhm.
People don't realize they spend so much money. If our taxes were used wisely and our investments and our country was run properly, each American would probably be getting back $100,000 payment from the IRS every year. You know, it'd be like Saudi. Everybody here would drive a Mercedes and you'd be getting a $5,000 oil check every month just because you live there. You know, that's the way America should be. But these crooks and criminals and people are taking and spending, wasting all of that money, leaving
Mhm.
Americans to be homeless and vets not to be taken care of. And, the medical system is, it's turning into a third world country.
Our medical system is just in business to keep
It's,
you sick.
I got a buddy that's a vet that was out here today, telling me about he had to go to the emergency room a few days ago and he had to call the VA to, get an approval number, and he had to get approval from the VA to get the approval to the emergency clinic because he couldn't go to the hospital. And, he had about 40 steps to go through to even get
Mm.
approval so he could go to the emergency room for care.
Wow. Mm.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's
and if you don't get
terrible.
that approval from the VA, they ain't gonna pay none of it. You know, I mean,
Wow.
it's a sad state that we live in a country where every veteran in this country can't walk into any medical facility anywhere and get immediate care at no cost. I mean, that's supposedly the promise that the government made to them. You go do this for us, and we're going to take care of you.
Yeah.
And what's been the record over time? I mean, sure, they probably help a lot of people, but from what I see and hear, the bad far outweighs the good. And look how screwed up that system is. I mean, how screwed is the VA system? How many presidents have told us we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it? That's
Mhm.
always their thing. That's their promises. We're going to fix it. Vote us in. We're going to fix it. We're going to tax you and fix it. And add a few gun laws in there, crap on the Constitution a little bit.
Mhm.
Always.
How about all this weather, man? Y'all know, most of y'all realize the weather has been controlled since what, the 50s? Wasn't it what project operation was it where they did it in Vietnam in the 60s?
Mm.
I don't remember.
Like, I just saw something
There's
on it
so
the other day.
many.
It was like Popeye, I think. Operation Popeye or something.
Well, people are freaking out in Colorado. They're saying the snow there is plastic.
I heard a guy the other day, uh, Green Thumb Prepper, said somebody had told him that they were getting black snow in Ontario.
Hmm.
Which would be the direction that the wind is going from the
Yeah.
Ohio thingy thing.
Hmm.
So black snow. I asked if they were going to put up a video or anything on it, and I hadn't seen it yet. But
Hmm.
yeah, the, I mean, I put up a few every now and then on the spraying that they do. The chemtrails, whatever you want to call them, and we see that stuff every day. And most of us are old enough to remember back when we were kids. There wasn't none of that stuff in the sky. I mean, I remember as a kid, there wasn't all of these streaks in the sky when I was growing up. Just wasn't there.
Yeah.
What you can see them spraying on us during the day. Imagine what they're spraying on us at night when you can't see.
Hmm.
It's again, they are attacking us from every single angle. Our food supply, our water supply, our supply lines. Uh, they have broken down the morals in our society. Uh, Travis over at the Prepared Homestead did a good video on it the other day. I mean, it's just every single aspect of our life is being attacked, and the big push and everything is about equality and inclusion and all this kind of stuff. What happened to our rights? The normal man, woman, marriage, straight, Christian, what happened to our rights? Why do we have to go along with all this? Why do we have to agree?
Let me make a funny joke here. Next thing you know, you're gonna be wanting reparations, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, why not? Yeah, yeah, let's talk about that.
Where's our
oh,
reparations?
oh,
Hang
Yeah,
on, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
exactly, Fan Lin. I mean, that's what we're getting to at some point. I mean, at some point, these people will, I hope people stand up. I mean, and draw their line in the sand somewhere and say no. I'm not going to do it. The problem is right now is that people are scared to do it. They have the fear instilled in people. You don't pay your taxes, what are they going to do? They're going to come out there and they're going to point a gun in your face and they're going to threaten you to lock you in a cage if you don't pay your taxes. That's extortion. Uh, the laws. You can drive 100 miles north of my house and buy all the weed you want legally and smoke all day and not have a problem. And you drive back across an imaginary line into Texas, and now you got a felony. I
mm,
mean, those laws in our criminal justice system are
mm,
unconstitutional, is not even the word.
yeah.
I mean, especially when you can watch the president's son smoking crack off of a hooker's back in a hotel room in DC, and it's on, every social media platform in the world, and there's no repercussion for him. But
Mm,
anybody in this chat right here, puts up a video of that happening, and you're going to have the police knocking on your door.
yeah.
There's at least two sets of laws, the laws for them and the laws for us. I've said it probably since the beginning of my channel. I think the Constitution is null and void. It was a good document at one point in time, and it's about, the only document now that most people have to stand on. It's what they stand on. It's the law of the land. It's going to take care of me. It's going to protect me. It's going to provide me my rights. It's going to give me justice in the system. Not realizing that, the Constitution has got us where we are today. It has either allowed these people to do what they're doing, or it has failed to stop them. So in my mind, it's null and void. I mean, the Constitution in our country was really Based on what? It's a Christian country. I mean, it's a God loving country. You know, it's kind of what our country was founded and based on, right? Well, these people they don't follow that religion. You know, they're evil. You can call them satanic if you want. You can call them whatever you want. I don't care. I don't think they follow the laws of this country the way they were intended to be followed, morally or spiritually. And if they're not following those laws and they don't care about those laws and they use those laws against us, because that's how they stay out of jail. I mean, you know, the whole Hunter laptop fiasco thing that's been going on for years now, just like the Clinton laptop and the Clinton phones and all of that, you know, the authorities have had this information. All right. You can call it information or you can call it evidence for years. For years. The FBI, the New York Police Department, so many other police departments, no telling how many three-letter, you know, agencies have had this information. And what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Who has been held accountable? Can anybody give me one name?
No.
Nobody. And you look at, you know, everybody wants to praise Trump and think Trump is going to save everything and Trump was the best bet and your best option. Look at what they did to Trump. All right. Whether it was the FBI or the CIA or, again, whatever agency you want to throw in there, look at all of those people that were involved in that, from the head guys down. All right. All of these conspiracy theories and stories and truths that came out, again, it's such a massive amount of information that people can't keep up with it. But through all of that, I mean, they pretty much reamed this dude's butt the whole 4 years he was there. All right. Who got in trouble for all that when it all came down to it, that, you know, it was all a bunch of BS? I mean, that's really what I got out of it. You know,
Nobody got in trouble.
Nobody. I mean, you know, the head FBI guy retired out, you know, and got his pension. You know, he's writing books now for millions of dollars. All of these, you know, the scandals go back to the lady that was there at the IRS, you know. I don't even remember her name now.
Yeah, you don't hear nothing about Adam Schiff either.
None of them.
No.
None of them. That 5-minute cycle moves on to something else, you know, and it's out of the news and forgotten about. And whatever money was spent, it's just like, you know, the 30 or 40 million dollars that the Congress and Senate paid out last year on sexual assault charges. You know, they settled all that out of court. And we, the American people, pay that every year, you know, 20, 30, 40 million dollars for sexual assault charges against the same people that we elect to put in there to take care of us. And none of that ever goes mentioned or gets noticed, or, you know, it's just part of the game up there.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, I understand that Trump did do some good things for the country as far as putting us into a net positive for energy and all that. But, you know, he said the attack on your Second Amendment is over.
Right.
He also banned bump stocks and due process.
That's
He's
right.
screwed with for the red flag laws. He supports the hokey pokey.
Yep.
You know, he said he was going to drain the swamp, and not a single swamp creature went anywhere.
Nope, not a single one. You know, all those people up there running things, these groups, you know, you can call them Democrats or you can call them Republicans. Really, those groups go back a long time. I don't call them groups, I call them cults. Because, you know, it's just one cult ruling another cult. And it you know, these people move around in these cults. You know, I ain't going to harp on Trump, but or Biden, either one. People want to think, Biden's satanic. Hey, that's cool. I got, no idea whether he is or not. But, everybody wants to point at Trump. He's a Jesuit, and that all leads you back, down the religious path there and the ideas that these people have. It all, you've heard, probably most of y'all have heard Trump talk about Noahide laws. I mean, you get into that, you can go down that rabbit hole on the Noahide laws as well. All of these people that are elected, that we say are elected, they are selected for the position. There's nobody like a normal person, me or you or anybody else, that is ever going to be put in one of those positions unless you agree to comply. I think Trump played his part. He got a lot of the patriots on board with him. Many of the people now that stand back and aren't liking the old poke. He's the one sitting there saying he's the father of it. He's the one that made it all happen. The Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah.
I mean, the one big thing that everybody is waking up to and going against now, he claims full responsibility for it.
I mean, we know it wasn't him because
No,
honestly, the coof was the reason for the jab. I mean,
he signed the money away.
Not the other way around.
Yeah, he signed the money away. Again, another exchange of wealth that we, the American people, pay for. I mean, all of these companies, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Bayer, whoever they all are, they're all getting taxpayer funded to make all this stuff. And we're supplying the world with this, these vials of this vaccine.
If that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, we get to pay for this. Yeah, you can call it poison, vaccine. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I ain't got to use the special code word here. I'm still free, and I still speak that way. So far, until YouTube shuts me down. What else we got here? What's up on the food? How are y'all seeing it on food out there?
Well, and
obviously prices. I'm going to let y'all in control of the board for a minute. I'm going to get me a drink. I can hear, so keep it going. What's up on the food?
well, I don't know about here, but in England, they're going to be rationing the food in England. So why I
don't know anything about that. I haven't seen it. I know food here has gotten expensive, but I live in a small town. I'm about 140 miles away from the border.
Wow. Are you in Texas too?
Yep.
Wow.
In Southwest.
Oh yeah, Glenn's down here. I see everything on the food, guys, from the prices going up to just the products that are on the shelves. I don't see the older products that we used to get a few years ago. Obviously, the selection is down. People are seeing these shortages and things around. And the bigger picture that you have to see is it's much like the media corporations. I mean, you got Fox and CNN and NBC, and, you have these 20 different channels that you can tune into, but they're all owned by two guys. I mean, all of the top 10, the Big 10 broadcasting companies are owned by a couple of guys. So whatever their views are, even though, Fox is supposed to play the right and CNN is the left, these two guys with those ideas, you're only going to see what they want you to see. That's where the propaganda comes in. And your food is the same way. Probably 95% of our food here in the U.S. is manufactured by about 30 companies. And those 30 companies are probably owned by 5 or 6 individuals or investment firms like BlackRock. We've already all heard the stories coming from Europe that they're already putting the crickets in the food over in Europe. A large percentage of what you buy over there already has the bugs in it.
I've seen dog treats here with crickets in them.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, the bug deal and the protein deal is becoming a very real situation in the food supply, and you're not going to have much choice because when those 30 manufacturers of the food supply uh, head down that road, everything that you buy at the store is going to have it in it. And you think I'm lying, just go to the store next time and pick it up and look who manufactures it. I mean, you can probably list off here in the chat those 10 big ones. And once you get past those 10 big ones, there's not many more that you know. I mean, those 30 companies make everything for us. I mean, just because one brand says HEB and one brand says Walmart, they were probably both made by Procter and Gamble. Procter and Gamble owns 50 smaller subsidiary companies that make food. But whatever Procter and Gamble says, that's what those other 50 subsidiaries are going to use. And that goes for everything that we have here. People don't realize how much control we are really already under. One thing that kind of got under my skin the last few months was all of this talk about Tractor Supply. The first little thing that came out was them supporting the gay, trans, whatever it was. I don't even know what the hell they call them, where the guys get out there and dance. And they had a bunch of kids out there, and Tractor Supply was supporting that, giving them money.
Oh, that was drag.
Yeah, drag. All right. They had the drag thing going on, and Tractor Supply was supporting it. Well, no matter how much money Tractor Supply gave them, it would be a very small drop in the bucket compared to all of the other companies that donate to the same cause. And yet none of these people get upset with these other companies. I mean, if you're going to jump on the bandwagon about Tractor Supply and not use Tractor Supply anymore, how about the billions or millions of dollars that Walmart gives them? How about the millions of dollars that, Nike gives them? Or Ford, or Chevy, or Dodge, or any of the large food manufacturing companies? They all want to be inclusive, and be that woke crowd. And yet none of these people, the same people that are jumping on Tractor Supply's butt, they leave Tractor Supply and go to Walmart and spend half their paycheck.
It's a tax write-off.
Yeah, it is for the large companies.
Well, and also this adds to their future ESG score.
Yeah, exactly. But it's up to us, the people, to not shop at Tractor Supply, to not shop at Walmart, to not, buy a Procter and Gamble product. I mean, ultimately, it, we
do as much as possible.
Yeah, we do hold some power, not all of it, because in the end, they don't care about us. 60% have already gone along with the program. All you got to do is, and I'm not saying I believe all of their numbers, but look at how many took it. They're already saying 60% here have got it. So if they got it, they're going to comply. Even they're still lining up with everything going on and all these people falling over. They're still lining up to get it. Those 60%. And that number is only going to grow because when they put the pressure on you, no food, no medical, no bank account, you can't do none of that stuff. When they really start applying the pressure to people, there's going to be a lot of people fold out there.
Hey, do you remember that time? It was years ago when Procter and Gamble supposedly had that satanic symbols on their boxes. You remember that?
There has been.
Do you remember that? It was like a something about stars or something. And they were saying that was satanic, so people quit buying Procter and Gamble. Do you remember that?
I don't remember
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
remember that either.
somebody in chat's got to remember that. Yeah,
Dude, they
I
told
know
me,
there's CERN. Their logo has 666 on it.
yeah, I think they got the Hindu goddess. It's the goddess of
Shiva.
destruction is their
Shiva.
emblem. Yeah, the Shiva out in front of their building.
Yeah.
That's the same thing the UN had. I mean, they had that, the
Oh shit.
the headed lion beast up there with the paws of the bear and the wings of the eagle. They had all that crap right up there in front of the UN.
I mean, they tell you what they're doing.
Yeah,
You just have to catch it.
that's part of their thing. They want to show it to you. They got to tell you. They got to tell you, and you got to do it voluntarily. They're going to put the pressure on you, but you're still going to take it voluntarily. Yeah, San Leon. A lot of it has that bioengineered stuff in it already.
Nunya, the government is going to come save you.
Oh yeah, totally. I've got complete faith in them.
Complete and utter faith.
I've left the gate open just for when they come. I won't slow them down at all out there.
They're going to bring you food.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'll be very honest with you guys, and many of you may know from watching the channel in the past, but I'm a retired catastrophe adjuster. I used to travel around after disasters and help in that recovery process for people and businesses. And I did it for about 15 to 17 years. And I have stood behind the Red Cross truck many times when they handed out their last meal. And to be standing in that line hungry and thirsty and know that there's 10 guys ahead of you and they just handed out their last box, all right, you are going to go hungry and thirsty tonight. I can't tell you how many times that has happened. And in a real disaster, there are many people that go hungry and thirsty.
Wow.
It's hard to prepare for those kind of things because most of the disasters I work, just like my house here. I mean, if a tornado rips through here, all of everything that you have prepared now is pretty much gone. That's why people say don't keep everything you got in one place. But still, your main living area is now devastated. So what preps you had, no matter how much you prep and store up and try, always be ready for, the unknown. I mean, you got to be. And that going hungry and depending on the government, that goes hand in hand, because if you're depending on the government, you're probably going to go hungry or thirsty more than once, especially if something bad happens.
They're going to drop it by parachute into your yard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the only way to do anything about this is to become self-sustainable and homestead. You need to create communities and your own currencies and barter systems and work outside of this.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have a choice. It's either you're going to take the mark or you're going to have to rough it. Even in videos recently, I've seen stuff about these world government summits that they hold, where they're talking about the people who basically live outside of the walls and are no longer a part of society. Well, if you don't want to be going along with this, that's going to be you.
Yeah, that comes into that 3-tier system right there. And if you're not complying, you're not going to get any assistance from the government at all. And that's their intention, is to have you fully, dependent upon them. And yes, when we at Hardneck Farms, they are cutting the SNAP food stamps, EBT stuff March 1st.
Say what? I don't get them, but I was just like,
I didn't even hear anything about that.
They're cutting them.
Yeah, the SNAP, EBT, a lot of the COVID money, extra money that they were giving away monthly for food stuff is ending on March 1st. So
So
expect crime and theft to definitely escalate in the stores. And of course, that price is going to be passed right on to you because all of the loss that these people are stealing from the stores gets added right back onto the pricing when they put it onto the shelf. So we, again, are paying for all of that
now,
thievery that's going on.
now wait a minute. Now you're telling me that they're going to stop the food stamps? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I don't know
Or
that
is
the
it just the
whole,
extra?
it's
I
the
think it's I
extra.
think it's the extra from the
Yes.
COVID
It's the
funds.
extra stuff for the
Oh,
COVID
okay.
relief, which is quite a bit of money for people.
And
All of that is stopping March 1st.
now you want to see real rioting? Let them let them stop the food stamps totally. Oh man, boy, you
When,
talking about
when people get
woo?
hungry, they start to do
Yeah.
strange things. And the bad part about it is really over 50% of Americans receive some sort of government assistance. So when they cut that off, it affects a lot of people. A lot.
Well, that's part of the plan. Take
Yeah.
that away to get the infighting to take place.
Yeah. And I don't hold nothing against anybody that's able to get that stuff. I mean, if you're legitimately entitled to it, please try and get every dollar that you can from them because, they're wasting it and giving it to the guys in Ukraine. I'd much rather it go to Americans here.
I mean, it's not, and it's always going to go somewhere else. We don't want it, but that's
Yes.
just how it goes.
Yeah. Extra 500 a month there, Jason.
Well, I'm glad I live in this town and everybody armed here.
We have tried. I have tried again. I mentioned it earlier. It's hard for people to come together and trust anybody nowadays. I mean, it's one of the biggest things that preppers say on YouTube. Oh, oh, don't tell people where you are. Don't show people what you got. That's OPSEC, OPSEC. I'm sorry. I mean,
But
that
that's
was my
part
whole
of.
intention was to help people and show people, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. And there's a lot of people that get on YouTube and preach to you and tell you you need to do this and do that, and this is the right way and that's the wrong way. And they don't ever show you a damn thing that they have done. None of their preps, none of their gardening. And I have enough hope that I don't really care what I show on YouTube. If somebody wants to come out here and try and take it from me, you know.
Hey, you even showed your covert roll.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, again, I hope it helps somebody out there. I mean, uh, people have the ability to do things themselves, and if you can build you a bunker at your house for a few $1,000 and you got the money, the intelligence and the drive to do it, you can do it. I mean, you don't have to think you're going to spend $250,000 on a bunker. I mean, for a few
You could
thousand
do it with
bucks,
a culvert.
you can do it with a culvert. It's very easy, economical. I mean, again, it's limited to your imagination, your will, and drive to do it. It's if somebody else can make it, you can make it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just the thing that the mentality that people need to have to survive. If some guy can make it, you know, I can probably make it too. It may not look as pretty or work exactly like it, but I can probably rig up something that's going to work.
Have you ever seen the movie called The Edge
The
about
edge.
the killer bear? And it had
Oh yeah, yeah. I had that old guy in it. They were in that plane
yeah,
crash.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
He told that one other guy that they were stranded. He said, "What one man can do, another can do."
Exactly. You just got to be able to sit down and think yourself through the problem, not panic, and figure it out. I mean, it's a talent that a lot of people don't have. Like I said on some of my other videos out there are plenty of smart, engineered, PhD, doctored, people out there way smarter than me, and they can't change a tire.
You gotta want to learn.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to do brain surgery, And I ain't saying that I can or can't do brain surgery. I would try, if I needed to. But a lot of people are just missing that street smart, common sense mentality. Whether they become lazy or their brain doesn't think like that, or you need to be able to tear something down and put it back together or make something else work.
Yeah, I've been
Call it
saying
the
this whole time
MacGyver syndrome.
people need to prep skills.
Yeah,
Don't worry too much about the stuff. It's stuff. A lot of that stuff you can make that yourself.
yeah, or you do without it. I mean,
Or do
you
without,
can do
yeah.
without a lot that people don't realize you can do without. I mean, obviously, you need food and water, but with a little shelter and a little clothing and a little ingenuity, people can get by. Having mass hordes of Mad Max scenario people coming at you, the zombie herds like the movies, that's a whole different ballgame. And some of the people in the cities may face that kind of a threat, which is exactly why I don't live there. But out here in the country, things are a little slower, and there's no doubt eventually that those things are going to filter out into the country. But you stand a far better chance out here, I think.
Now let me ask you a question. If you was starving and you was walking down a dirt road and you seen a house from a distance and you was in a SHTF catastrophic thing where everybody was starving to death, would you honestly try to walk up to that house down that long driveway
Sure,
knowing, well, now keep in mind there could be somebody down there that's sitting there with a sniper rifle ready to snipe
totally,
you out.
totally.
Yeah.
I use the same theory that I use here on my place, because you need to make and have a plan for that to happen. Because there are going to be people that are going to come to your house. I don't care if you live in the city or out in the country or in the middle of nowhere. Somebody is eventually going to make it to your place. If the shit has hit the fan and people are in that dire straits, they are going to be out there roaming the countryside looking. And you know, a lot of people have the mentality, well, I'm just going to kill everybody that comes down the road. There's no doubt in my mind that there are a lot of people out there that have that kind of heart, mentality, and capability to do that. But I don't intend on killing everybody that approaches my property. Obviously, if you're walking up here and you're all on the tactical, geared out at midnight with your shotgun and your three buddies are trying to surround my place, I've already got you on FLIR and you're probably fixing to meet your maker. But three people walking down the road casually, not a threat, not weapons drawn, tactically trying to overtake my position. I'm not going to just smoke those people. I mean, that's
I,
my
I know.
morals won't allow me to do that. But I also have a plan so that if when people do approach my property, I mean, whoever is at our entrance, our gate, on guard duty, speaking with those people, talking to those people, are well covered with people that you probably won't see. So that if something does go south, again, we're covered. We have that tactical advantage. We've planned for that. We've made, took the necessary precautions to, to deal with that situation.
Well, I knew this one guy that he said, he goes, I hope I get invaders. I said, all right, well, explain that. He goes, well, my hogs need to eat.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
yeah. Well, that's probably a lot of YouTube talk. I mean, I still have to hold out hope that most people are going to be good, moral people. I don't live in the city, and I'm not intending on dealing with a lot of those kind of city people. And I am fully aware of how people can get in a bad situation working that disaster recovery. So things can turn very bad quickly. I mean, people get very animalistic real quick, and you have to have, maybe that's just my faith, you know, because I have prepared for us and I have prepared for other people as well. I want to be able to help as a prepper. People say you
We
can't do
can't.
that. You can't give out food. You can't give out stuff. You can't help. You can't do this. They're just going to come back tomorrow. They're just going to rob you. They're going to overtake you, blah, blah, blah. Again, we have prepared for that. I mean, we have multiple people in our group that are armed. You know, they're willing to make that call if need be. We hope to avoid that, but I'm not going to let a man, a woman, or a child walk down the road out there and starve to death or thirst to death. My God, He taught me better than that. He gave me better morals than that. If I have something, I'm going to try and share and help other people. That's what's going to get us through this thing. I mean, if everybody just draws back into their little piece of property and kills everybody that comes along, I mean,
there's not going to be anybody left.
there ain't going to be nobody left. I mean, you've killed off all your neighbors that came over there to help you to ask if you needed, eggs or bacon or milk or sugar.
You need to work together as a community.
Yeah. That's why it's so important to build these relationships now. You may not can afford to move out of the city and sell your house and make that move out into the country. Maybe you can't afford that, but you can afford to go meet somebody in the country, offer to shovel their chicken shit for a few days a week, or buy a bag of chicken food, or, come hoe the garden, or come water the greenhouse, or, it's an operational farm. We have a lot of things that people can help with, learn, become that community. It's exactly why we had our meeting here. Get people together, get people talking, like-minded individuals. You have to take that first step. Everybody is scared to take that first step, to put their hand out, and to talk about it. We still live in America. We're still free. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it, guys. Make those bonds close to you. It's not as hard as you think. There are a lot more people out there that think like us, that are on the same page, that see what's coming. They're quiet. They're quiet just like you. They don't want to talk. They don't want to give out their secrets, operational security, blah, 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 blah. If you don't have that community, where do you end up? You can't do it alone. I guarantee you. Everybody wants to think they can lone wolf it. And when I first started prepping 20-something years ago, that was my idea. I was just going to get my backpack and go out into the woods and, I'd be able to make it. And as I got older and wiser and had a family and kids, and, I began to realize that I just ain't going to be able to run off into the woods and live in a cave and be happy. Nor do I want my kids to have to do that. I've prepped in such a way that hopefully when shit goes down and the world goes to crap, my kids will still have a lot of comforts that they still have today. Running water, electricity, we can still homeschool them. I mean, I still want to provide them a normal life, even though the world is collapsing out there. I mean, maybe that's just me as a parent wanting to do that for my kids. And I know it's not always going to be a gravy train for them, but maybe it's not going to be such a shock to go from, the world is great one day to the world is dead the next day. There's no hope for humanity.
I agree with you.
You have to have hope and faith in humanity and your fellow man. It is going to separate, a lot of people. I mean, you can call it good versus evil. Everybody's got their own play on what they want to call it. And I just live in reality. I mean, I have to deal with reality, which all of us do. You can wish and dream and hope and think about any conspiracy theory you want to and go down any rabbit hole. And, you can worry about the balloons and the EMP and all of that kind of stuff, but it really makes no difference about today. You You have to deal with what is going on today, the price of your food, the price of gas. Where are you going to go to work? Is your electricity bill paid? Is the mortgage going to be paid next month? Are they going to raise the rent? You know, I did a video just a couple of months ago on the statistic. It was 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And I was looking just last week. Now it's up to like 74% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, people are pulling their they're pulling their 401ks. They're using their savings just to make it along in the world today. The credit card debt is extreme. You know, they're burning through their savings. You know, you can do research on the repo markets with the banks and the cars, and the financials are they're all going in the gutter. It's there's this, you know, go over there and look at the U.S. debt clock. There is no hope for the American public. I mean, we're up to like $330 something thousand owed per person to the American government, and there's just no way any of that is ever going to be paid back. I mean, no. The average everyday American, you know, 50% of them are receiving benefits from the government. So the other 50% that doesn't receive benefit has to pay back that $300,000 per person. It just ain't going to happen. Our debt has reached a place in the world to where other countries are realizing the American dollar is valueless. That's why they're going to these other currencies like BRICS that are backed by gold. I mean, you can do the research. China bought like 80 tons of gold last year. I mean, these countries and banks are buying gold by the tonnage.
Yeah, I've been buying
what
silver, but
if the elite and the wealthy are putting their money into those assets, they're going to be worth something when all this goes down. Now, how far it goes down and how hard it goes down may derive some value of that gold and silver, because the hungry people out here are not going to care about gold and silver. They want food and water in their tummy. So they're not caring about the gold or the silver, not realizing the reevaluation on that is going to be tremendous. There again, it all leads back to that new world order, one world government. They want to control it all. Currency, their control of the currency is only part of it. Control of the financials. And they're robbing the coffers blind right now. They make up those numbers. They can change those numbers. They manipulate those numbers to do whatever it is that they want to do. Show the interest rate is coming down, to show the CPI is up. I mean, it gets all into, you know, technical investments and stocks and bonds and all that kind of stuff. But none of that stuff is doing good. None of it. I heard the stock market right now is at a very close point in there to where the computers start to sell off automatically. So it wouldn't surprise me any in the next few days if we didn't see a major sell-off in the stock market. Because once it hits a certain number in there, those computers automatically start selling. You know, and millions and millions of transactions take place in a matter of seconds, all out of our control. But again, people are invested in those stocks and bonds in their retirements, and you know, they don't know how it's all tied together. Your 401, you know, that money's just not sitting in there for you to withdraw that money. I mean, these investment firms take your 401k money and they invest it in other things, and that's where they make their money. Their money is not made on the interest of your money sitting in the bank. It's just like insurance companies. You know, they don't make money on the premium that you pay in. They actually lose money on that. But they take those millions of dollars that they receive every month in payments, and they invest them in things like natural gas or oil or Tesla or the millions of stocks that are out there, and they try and make money off of that. That's where the insurance companies actually make their money. And if all of their investments are tanking, you know, they're not making any money.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the banks right now. There's no loans and mortgages going out. And that's really where they make their money. They don't make their money off of any interest or, the $2 ATM fees that you're paying. That's not where their money comes from.
Well, man, I'm gonna have to get off here, and
You closing it
so
out?
yeah, yeah. But thank you for letting me come up here, and
Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate
Thanks.
it. We'll have to do this again sometime.
well, yeah, Glenn, it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You stay safe out there, bud.
All right, everybody in chat, I'll see y'all later. Have a good night, y'all. God bless you.
You too.
He's gone. And JW's a good guy. Y'all go by there and check him out. He's always talking about something. Man, just a normal guy, man. I mean, he ain't a doomsday prepper or nothing like that. He faces the same struggles we all do every day.
Yeah.
How many we got in here? Y'all throw something else out there. I can stay on here a few more minutes if y'all want to chat. Find us a question in there, Glenn. I'm going to go over here and take a bathroom break.
All right. Let's see what's here. Sam Lynn, about throwing your electrical stuff inside a metal building. Any kind of weaponized EMP is going to be way too powerful to be stopped by just a metal building. It would take multi-layered Faraday cages, and they have some kind of equipment out there that they say will stop an EMP, but like Nunya was saying earlier, you just don't know until it happens. And honestly, you don't need as much electrical stuff as you'd think. Yeah, hard neck, Faraday cages, but again, for something like a weaponized EMP, that's going to need to be multi-layered and sealed. I don't know about lead lined. I think lead would definitely work. It's a lot of lead. Um, I know there's some kind of mesh. I think it's brass or I can't remember what it. Maybe Nunya knows. But it stops the EMP waves that come through to do the destruction. If that's what you're trying to break up. Yeah, we really can't prepare for that kind of stuff because ultimately it comes down to however effective you think it might be, it's probably 10 times more effective. I mean, yeah, if they use an EMP, we don't really know. There's just no way of telling what it's going to be, but it's not going to be any one thing. The electrical stuff could be screwed. It might not. Maybe you're in an area where the EMP is at a weaker level, and a metal building does protect. Just really don't know.
A lot of everybody is worried about EMP, electrical stuff. Jason with Illinois pretty much said it. As active as the sun has been lately, I'm far more worried about a solar flare than an EMP.
Yeah.
But the way these guys operate, they could tell us it's a solar flare and they could set off an EMP. I wouldn't put it past them.
I mean, honestly, if they said it's a solar flare, that would be my immediate thought was they pulled some shit.
I'm really just more worried about the sabotage part of it. I mean, we've already had these crazy rednecks out here shooting up these transformers. And it's not real secretive about our power grid. I mean, that's kind of the whole thing with the Chinese balloons that why I wasn't too worried about them is because, I mean, really, you can get on Google and
Yeah.
find everything that you need to find. You don't need to fly a spy
Yeah.
balloon over.
They didn't need a balloon in the first place to spy on
Exactly.
us.
I mean, I think you can get on Google Streets and pretty much drive up to the front entrance of any place over here. I mean, I had a guy showing me some stuff the other day where he was on Google and found a couple of missile sites himself. Was able to zoom into them pretty good.
Oak Ridge, where that uranium fire is
Yeah.
is a missile site, and also they have a large hadron collider under the ground there.
Mm-hmm. All visible from Google. They don't need to fly a balloon
Yeah.
over.
They already know where all our nukes are.
Sure.
I mean, with the technology that's available, which is probably 50 years ahead of what we think it is.
Everything that
You
they're
know.
showing us is old stuff. Everything that we know about.
Yeah. If they're telling you about it and telling you it's new, it's been around for a long time.
Exactly. They've been playing this game a long time. They have, people like us sit around and think about what they're doing and figure out what they're doing. And they have had, they got conference rooms full of think tank, these PhD smart people thinking about our reaction, what we're going to do. I fully believe they've already planned out any reaction that we could have. And if they haven't planned it out, they've probably got several scenarios for the direction that they could take it.
Well, that's what CERN's for.
No, it's totally. There's all kinds of things going on with CERN.
I mean, from what I've heard, the CERN is where they mess with time, and in Oak Ridge is where they mess with interdimensional shit and all
They
that.
are probably tied together to some degree.
Oh yeah, all of them. There's more than just the two. There's a few here in the States, and there's another one under France.
Yep. I think the biggest one that we know of is in France, but again, that's what they tell us. Anytime you build a machine here on this planet with strong enough magnetics to affect the magnetics of this planet,
they pick that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know right away. You turn something like that on.
And controllable. I mean, we can go down the rabbit hole if these earthquakes are, man-made or not, or whether they're using CERN or HARP or some other kind of weapon that we may or may not know about, some kind of a pulse weapon. I mean, we really don't know. And we won't. I mean, we can't find out about, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, the Kennedy deal. Again, Trump had that was his turn to let all that out, and he was supposed to, reveal all them secrets. But yet again, it was, closed up and sealed in. So, even the big things, we'll never know the truth on those things.
Well, see, they wait, just like with the Pfizer document dump, where they wanted 75 years to release it, because they don't want to release anything until all these people it affected directly are dead.
Are dead, yeah. Yeah, it's just, those holes go so deep. And again, it's just we, the people, sit around and hear all of this stuff. You know, if there were only a couple of things true about the Clintons or the Bidens or the Obamas, or,
If
if there were only a couple of those things true, those people should be in the penitentiary. But yet, no one ever, you know, they're not, these people aren't going to arrest themselves. And they're the ones in control of it. I mean, people expect the FBI or the CIA or the DEA or the customs to do something about it. And the people that control, give the orders to all of the lower
yeah,
subjects out there, they're part of it. I mean, it's the prime example of the fox guarding the hen house. I mean, our government is basically two wolves discussing with the sheep what's for dinner.
it all sounds so uh, hopeless, but that's the one thing you gotta not lose is don't
Exactly.
lose your faith. Don't give in to the fear. That fear feeds them, and they can do more with your fear than they can do with so much. You just can't give it to them.
Yeah, the best
Still have a
weapon
life
against
to
it.
live. You still have a life to live. You still got stuff to do. Just keep living your life and know that things are going to happen.
Yeah,
Hard times are going to come. It's going to suck. But ultimately, I mean, I don't know if who's Christian and who's not, but if you're going to get sent home to your creator because you died, resisting this evil mess, then you didn't lose anything.
no, nothing at all. That's why I choose not to, take part in the vote. And it's a choice that's up to all of us. And you have every right to go down there and cast your vote and think that it makes a difference. But I choose not to participate in the evil because I think either choice is evil. And the choice I make is not to participate in it. You
Exactly.
know, I don't think it really matters who you vote for or how many votes they get. What really matters is who counts the vote. And
Just
we've
like
seen, yeah, we've seen what happens in the past with those people that count the vote. Uh, if you haven't seen it by now and you still got faith in that system, that's fine with me. I don't hold anything against you. I'm glad you still keep faith in it, but I deal in the reality. Again,
yeah,
you can have all the hopium. You can smoke all the hopium that you want, and you can have all the faith that you want. But I have to deal in reality. In the morning, I've got to go pull up to the gas pump and pay that expensive gas price. And once a year, I've got to pay my, please, master, can I have some more taxes? You know, so we all play the game to some degree to get along. We have to, and you should. It's just like YouTube. It's why I try and get people to start a channel, because the platform is free. And if they're going to provide you a tool to use for free to spread knowledge and truth and, you know, whatever people want to call it. I mean, I've been called everything from the fear monger to a liar, a cheat, whatever. But, you know, I do my thing on here on YouTube. I try and spread some knowledge and some faith and, some good vibes and try and help people. And I use the tool that they give me against them because, just as you said earlier, the knowledge and skills that you have, all right, and the better prepared that you are, is the best weapon against these people. The longer that you can hold out and not comply, you that's the best thing against them. It's
yeah.
what they don't want. They don't want you self sufficient, taking care of yourself and taking care of your neighbors and having a community. And And, they don't want that. So the more of that you can do with skills and preps, the better off you're going to be. And
Yeah.
for all of those people that can't afford to get out of the city or whatever, there are plenty of us out here in the country that, are still friendly and still willing to meet people and still willing to share and teach and show and help. There are plenty of them out here. Probably most of the homesteading channels on YouTube, they're going to be more than open to a lot of people to helping, whatever it may be. I mean, we've had several meetings down here in Texas, most of them up here in the Northeast area, but the weather's getting better now. We might, do something and have another one, those skill share meetings. It's just getting people together, like mind, thinking alike, meeting, greeting, trading, bartering. You know, everybody says it. I mean, you need that group, that community. There is a reason why throughout time we have come together, whether it be in a tribe or a town or a city or a community. People come together.
Yeah. And thinking you're going to lone wolf it is delusional at best.
Yeah.
And it's just not how things are going to work out.
Yeah.
They're not going to last long that way. We need each other.
Yeah. Everybody wants to say, well, you seen this movie or you see that show or this or that, or is there survival this or survival that? That show on TV alone. I watched it many years ago when it first came out, and I don't watch it anymore. But these guys, most of them were self-proclaimed survivalist preppers. They could make it kind of deal. I mean, you had to be so good to even get on the TV show, but even those guys, even 40, 50 days alone out there, it becomes a very tough thing.
I never watched that show.
Yeah, in all honesty, I mean, it's a proven fact. If you go at it alone, you start losing your your ability to even communicate and talk, and all of that. Those social skills tend to start going away if you don't use them. They're just like muscles in your body. If you don't use them, they go away. Yeah. People forget how to talk and words. And, if you're not talking to anybody any day, you're not using the language anymore. So if you're not using it after a certain amount of time, the brain just doesn't pick up them words anymore. It doesn't put all that together like that. I mean, it's all proven. We're not made to be alone. You're going to seek other people out. And a lot of people, think they can do it, they prefer to be alone, live alone, blah, blah, blah. That's a whole different scenario than actually being alone. Because
it only works in the movies.
Yeah. I mean, people live alone now, but they still go to store and they say hi to the cashier or talk to the guy at the gas station. You still interact with people, even though you may live alone. But when you're like alone, it becomes a different ballgame. When you don't see people for weeks on end, it becomes a psychological on your brain. And people aren't, they're not in tune to deal with that today. That is going to be a big problem with a lot of Americans are these conveniences. When these conveniences go away, they are just not prepared. And you throw all of the prepper channels together, all of the homesteader channels, all of the survival channels. I mean, you throw all of these communities together on YouTube. And, even though YouTube is still a small portion of the population, there's only really a few million of them out there that are, thinking that mentality of survival. And the numbers all show that, no matter whether it's in the vote or getting the shot or, 60% of Americans, they say, participated in the vote, 180 million, somewhere there. I mean, that's, 50, 60% of the people in America voted. Well, that tells you right off the bat right there, only 50% really believe in the system that's there. I mean, they're not going to take the time to go down there and vote. 50% of them are out of the system anyway. I mean, people talk about that 3%. What is the 3%? I mean, in my mind, it's really going to come down to about probably 3 to 5% of the population is going to hold out. They're not going to comply. They are going to take that other road. And when there's only 5% of what 300 million, when there's only 15 or 20, 25 million people that are not willing to comply, that's where your democracy really comes in, because a democracy is 51% ruling the other 49%. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. I mean, the vote proves that.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Sure. I mean, if 180 million people vote, and 70 million of them were for Trump and 80 million of them were for Biden, that 51% just controlled the other 49%. We're seeing it happen over these last 4 years. I just don't see that many not going to hold out, San Lin. Exactly, Canero. The democracy that people, think that we have today and the way that it works is an illusion. Again, they don't, they're not going to follow the Constitution and the laws and those kinds of things. Executive action. I mean, whatever the president wants, the president gets. All he's got to do is sign a little piece of paper, and and everybody wants to scream Supreme Court this and Supreme Court that and court this and court that and sue this. But all of this time that goes on, all right, is executive action is working. That's exactly how they get by with anything that they want. And what they are telling us, what we are hearing and seeing in the propaganda that they're telling us today is a very small portion of what's actually going on. I mean, they tell us they gave Ukraine $100 million, but, it's probably $5 billion. And we will never know. I mean, there is no audit. There is no accountability. There is no budget. Those things, they're an illusion. Again, because they can manipulate those numbers to give you whatever false sense of security they want to give you. The same way they figure inflation. They changed it in the 70s. They changed it in the 80s. They changed it in the 90s. Well, let's just make a new formula and we can recalculate. Inflation is only at 6%. Y'all don't worry. It's nothing bad. Yeah, Jason, it's that really gets into the category of true freedom. And there was some guy that had to quote, dangerous freedom over,
For safe slavery.
Yeah, over safe slavery any day. And, that throws a lot of people off because, again, I believe in freedom. I mean, you should be able to go out there and do all the cocaine you want to do, smoke the weed, drive drunk, own any firearm. You should be able to do all of that. I mean, that is true freedom. Now, of course, when you violate somebody else's right, all right, you need to be ready to pay the repercussion of what you've done. But that is true freedom. And if you want to go smoke crack all day and that wants to be your life, that's fine with me. I got no problem with that. But I don't want my tax dollars paying for your food or your medical or, your monthly housing or your government assistance or none of that kind of stuff. And if you want to go drink and drive, then you're free to do that. But if you crash and hurt somebody, just know the repercussion of that. And it's not going to be a slap on the wrist and 2 days in jail. I mean, if you kill somebody, you face the firing squad within 7 days. You injure somebody or cripple somebody, you as well should be crippled. I mean, it's an eye for an eye. But that's the way that you get true freedom. Because now, I mean, how many millions of people, innocent people, have died in the war on drugs? Does anybody have any idea? Does anybody know the number? Have we
Don't
ever?
know a number.
Yeah, it's an immeasurable amount of damage that's been done to people and families and kids, just in general. It is a war on people, not drugs, because no matter how hard they fight it, the supply is still there.
Well, the thing is when they make this stuff illegal, they know full well that they're creating a black market,
Exactly.
and that's the point,
And
because
many
that
of
black
them,
market makes them money.
exactly, they are all involved into that market. I mean, we've all heard the story, seen the evidence of, whatever, the military garden, the poppy fields, and, we've heard the stories of the Clintons flying, cargo planes with loads of coke into Arkansas. So, we've all heard those stories. Do we ever find the truth? Do we ever know? Only the fact that we've heard so many of those stories, a couple of them have to be true. I mean, there are so many conspiracy theories that swirl around some of these families that, you know, eventually, if you throw enough crap at that wall, some of it's got to stick.
Yeah.
And people forget that, the Clintons, they go back into Haiti, those billions of dollars that all went into that, the earthquake recovery down there, and, the rabbit holes just spider off of the Clintons anytime you mention them. I mean, turn in any direction, and there's corruption there, and their families are not going to go away. I mean, they have raised kids that are coming up into this political system. You don't think you ain't going to see Trump Juniors or Bush Juniors or Clinton Juniors in the future? I mean, these families stay in politics forever.
Yeah, a lot of these up in the upper echelon have been at this for thousands of
Forever.
years. Yeah,
Forever.
this whole thing. I mean,
I'm sure
humanity
y'all,
goes through this cycle.
yeah,
It just repeats.
you see. I mean, what was it? The report came out a couple of years ago. Every president ever has been related. In
Yeah,
some degree, every president has been related, even Mr.
I
Obama.
I know my family has relation to the president Millard Fillmore.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of forgotten.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, it's just a matter of time. That's why I think it's so difficult for people to realize now how hard times are going to get, because there are a few people left that, that can sit around and talk about World War II. And that was just 80 years ago. But that
Yeah,
generation is gone, and they can't explain to us how hard things can get. People want to mention the Great Depression. Well, there's obviously nobody around that's really going to talk to you about that. I mean, we heard stories
yeah.
from our grandma that were passed down, or, my mom's dad said this, or, the family said this, or our family lost that. But nobody realizes the hardships that can come upon everybody, and how fast it can happen. Just look at Ukraine. I mean, a month before that war started, sure, there was a lot of stuff going on, just like here. A lot of stuff was going on. But that day the bomb started falling, those people's shit hit the fan moment happened. I mean, they left their houses, their cars, their clothes, their banks, everything, and headed for the border. Millions upon millions of people. And it can happen just that fast here. I mean, people don't realize when the lights go out, what do you got? I mean, if it is an EMP or a solar flare, the vehicles may not work. Bank accounts are gone. Technology and phones, communication, that is totally wiped out. what food you got in your refrigerator is going to last 48 hours. The water pressure coming out of your tap is probably going to last 48 hours, maybe. And you know that 60% of the population right now, 180 million people, are not prepared at all. They don't have 3 days worth of food in their house.
That's an unsettling thought.
Yeah. I think the statistic is most people are 9 meals away from starvation.
I
That's
just got done. I just got done vacuum sealing about 100 pounds worth of food.
Yeah, you're going to be part of that 3%. I mean, we got to look at the real majority of the people here and what they're doing. And most people in this chat here are going to say, most people I see are just, they're totally unaware, or they don't want to see it, or they got their head in the sand. They think you're the crazy guy. Nothing is going to happen. And yet all of this stuff is happening every day in front of their face.
Yeah. And also, some people do wake up and see it, and after a very short period of time, it seems to get overwhelming to the point where you get caught in the rabbit hole trap and you never get back out of it.
Their eyes are this big and their brain is melting, and
exactly.
How can you absorb all of this information? And that's part of the chaos deal. They are hitting us with so much that an everyday, ordinary person, they can't keep up with it. They got to worry about going to work in the morning and paying the bill, and the electricity's getting turned off next week, and we need to go buy groceries. They don't care about what Hunter's doing. They don't care how many billions of dollars the government has funneled off into their private accounts. They still got to pay taxes every week. They still see the short check.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing they can do about it. That's the biggest thing. Well, what can I do about it? It's just, the system is so big and massive and it's rolling so fast. All I can do is just hang on.
There's always something that you can do. I've spent my life trying to learn how to do everything I ever needed done. If I was in any way capable of learning it, I learned it. So like when it comes to all this stuff and having a bunch of silver and gold and stuff, I don't worry about it. I have skills. I can make things. I have marketable skills that can get me through. You need to worry about what you can keep. What you have to keep you going, not what's going to keep you going for a little while, and then you're all of a sudden out of everything.
Yep. Most people make the mistake of trying to prep out of that box, thinking, buying all of this stuff is what's going to get them through it. And all that you can put back, the supplies that you can put back will help. But if you can't figure out how to use half of that stuff or make half of that stuff work or improvise in some form or fashion, you can't just depend on all them boxes. All that boxes of food, them boxes of food that you're putting up, that stuff is not for you to live on. That stuff is for you to live on until your garden produces some real food.
Yeah.
I don't think the people realize living off of an MRE or a dehydrated meal out of a bag or a box, what it does to their body.
Yeah, you're going to be going weeks between shits.
Yeah. And eating
you need
that
stool
stuff,
softeners with that.
Yeah, eating 1 or 2 times of that stuff out camping over the weekend is a lot different than having to eat it day after day to live.
There's food all around you.
There is a lot of food all around you. And I do enjoy the channels that get out and do a lot of foraging. Both Arkansas Arkman and Ragnarok. I mean, both of those guys get out and forage a lot. And what the point that I don't think they get across to a lot of people is they can go out and forage in their area. But to go out and forage in your area and actually collect enough for a hearty meal for a grown man to live on is more difficult. And once you have foraged that area for a number of days or weeks, there's not going to be any more forageable material there. That is why
Yeah.
we are hunter gatherers and we were nomadic. I mean, that is why the Indians moved around. They understood they used up resources in an area and must move. You know, if you're
Just like
having to,
rotating crops.
yeah,
You
if
know,
you're
you
having
have
to
to
hike,
rotate yourself.
yeah, you get up today and you got to go hike 2 miles to go gather wild edibles, you know, and you walk 2 miles out and 2 miles back, and you've got your bowl of edibles for your soup tonight. Well, tomorrow you're going to have to walk those 2 miles plus another 2 miles because you done got everything in those 2 miles. You know, so every day your distance is going to increase that you're going to have to go. And I understand you got a 360-degree area around you, but still, your days are numbered in that location. You're going to have to move or walk further. And it becomes to the point to where it's much easier to just move the camp over 5 miles than have to walk that 5 miles every day. And again, you know, a lot of people out there just, you know, they're not ready to go walk 5 or 10 miles in a day, especially carrying a backpack or a gun or, you know, a couple of gallons of water with them.
12 gauge gets heavy after a little bit.
Very heavy. The water is going to be a very big issue for people, I think. I think probably the biggest. I mean, a lot of, you know, preppers and homesteaders and people like that are aware of the water situation. But many people, when they get thirsty, they don't realize the danger in that water. And when you get thirsty, you're going to drink anything that you can find out of a puddle or a creek or a river or a commode if you can find it. And if it's not good water, and, you know, in a shit hit the fan situation, it's not going to take long for the surface water around to get very bad.
Yeah.
You know, just there's all kinds of reasons why it's going to go bad. But, you know, obviously, you know, human waste not being taken care of properly is going to affect a lot of water. And if you're already thirsty and you drink, you get some bad water, that's pretty much a death sentence.
Yeah.
Anybody
I
that's
saw.
had bad water before knows it's not good.
Remember those Berkeys that you have, they're not going to filter out chemicals. The equipment required to filter out chemicals and stuff like that is massively expensive.
It's on an industrial scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on industrial scale pretty much only.
Yep. I try to get that point across to a lot of people that filtered water is sanitized water.
And there goes that train again.
Oh, man, you get a lot of traffic train by there.
Yeah, it's all through the night, all through the day.
Yeah, but, you know, filtered water is not sanitized water. I put up a video here last month about the Berkeys and, you know, the Alexa Pures and all of these filter systems that people have bought. And the way that I see these filters advertised and put across to people is, oh, you set this nice fancy filter on your countertop in there and you fill it with your tap water out of your sink and it cleans and purifies your tap water. And it does. We have an Alexa Pure on our counter and we pour our tap water into it and it does a great job of filtering. But they advertise, you know, they're all different. Some of them advertise 5,000 gallons or 20,000 gallons, whatever it is. And I will admit our Alexa Pure has done really well. We've had it for several years and I have yet to actually change out the filters on that unit. I do take them out and clean them yearly, which makes them last longer, but I'm sure it's probably filtered at least 5,000 gallons. And that's great, but it is clean, pre-filtered water that is coming out of your tap. And most of these companies are running a test on clean, filtered city water, pre-treated. And the 5,000 gallons that you get out of that filter from clean tap city water is great. But now that you're having to walk down the road and gather dirty water from the stream, lake, creek, pond, rainwater, whatever it is that you're collecting, is not a pre-cleaned tap water quality. So your 5,000 gallon filter that you just poured 4 gallons of pond water in is now stopped up and ruined, and you ain't going to get 10 gallons out of it. So, the quality of water that you are putting through your filter is going to determine the longevity and usability of your filter. And I don't think any of them are going to last very long with dirty water running through them.
And also, if chemicals go through your filtration system, you can kiss that filtration system
It's
goodbye.
contaminated. Yep.
Yeah, like this stuff from Ohio, the vinyl chloride, or it when that burns, that turns into phosgene, which is either a biological or a chemical weapon. I can't remember which. And it was used in World War I and II, I believe. This stuff is not. It's not going to get filtered out, and the Ohio River runs into the Mississippi River, which goes through at least a third of our country.
Yeah. And all of that is water under the bridge already. You ain't never going to get that back. It's already in the Mississippi. It's already downriver.
Yeah,
it's already in the dirt. It's in the mud. It's there. It ain't never going to be removed. Yeah. And that, and the train wreck thing is just one small site. They have so many toxic dumps from the 40s and 50s that are, hundreds of times probably worse than the train wreck that never get a mention. Toxic nuclear dump sites.
That's right off the coast of California. There's a bunch of those.
Yeah.
Where back in the 40s, where they dumped barrels of chemicals because they had nowhere else to put it. That stuff's still there. All it takes is
at the time it was buried 50 miles out of town and nobody would ever see it again. But now the town is built right over the top of it.
Yeah.
And through the last 50 years, it's leaked down into the aquifer and all the water's contaminated. And those stories go on and on and on and on. I mean, the rabbit hole is endless on that stuff, and it's never going to be cleaned up. I mean, in all honesty, it's just look at the debt we're in now, and you want to add another $100 trillion on top of it for EPA environmental cleanups.
And can you even trust them to do an actual cleanup?
Yeah, what are they going to do? They're going to give you a piece of paper now that says it's clean?
I mean, well, just like I've been hearing that in the paperwork they have you sign for the testing for this this particular train derailment is a waiver for their liability.
Yeah. Here's $1,000. They're prepared to give everybody $1,000. Sign your name off here.
Yeah.
Even if they give you $1 million, I mean, you're going to be dying of cancer in 10 years. Was it worth $1 million?
Exactly.
Is it worth 10 million? I mean, I want to see my kids in another 10 years. Your 10 million isn't worth it. Now what are you going to do? Hey, Charles, with the reverse osmosis system, they are good. All right. They have pros and cons, just like everything else. You can't drink just RO water. If you do, you're going to have to add minerals and supplements back into it because it removes pretty much everything. But they are good.
You need those minerals.
Yeah, you got to have those minerals. A lot of those RO systems are what they put on like sailboats and liveaboard boats, cruise ships that desalinate basically ocean water. They run ocean water through an RO system. It takes the salt out, and you have to add minerals back into that water if you're going to drink it. There's good and bad filters with everything. Again, it's going to be luck of the draw and location, location, location. If you're having to gather water, in a highly densely populated area, the chances of your water being infected with something are going to be higher. If you're out in the country and you've got some natural springs or some spring fed ponds or something like that are around, the chances of infection are going to be less. But I'm going to probably run a guess that I would say 90% of the surface water is going to be contaminated if all this goes
Oh
on.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
all of the cities, the municipalities and the waste treatment facilities are mainly located on creeks, rivers, and streams or lakes. These wastewater treatment facilities have to have fresh water to run this treatment. And the effluent goes right back into the lake or stream or river. And when these facilities shut down and overflow, that effluent is going to go right into that river, creek, or stream. And wherever it goes, it's all going to be infected and contaminated.
yeah. I live out in the desert, and we have aquifers out here.
Right?
Uh, I, but already, like where my land is, the the water that's just underneath of the ground,
Mm-hmm.
they already did a whole bunch of mining in the 1800s down
Yep.
in Terlingua, and now that water in the just under the surface water, that's
Yep.
all
Surface water.
contaminated. Can't drink it.
I
You have to go
am
down.
luckily, well, I wouldn't say luckily, but uh, I've got a couple of wells drilled here on our property, and we get surface water here at about 40 feet, which is they say is not good to drink. And then we get uh, our first aquifer is at about 300 feet, and it's good water to drink. It's just got a high mineral content. Most people call it hard water. But you can drill on down to about 500 feet here and get into the good aquifer, the good water. And I've had nothing but problems out of one of my wells since we've had it drilled. And actually, the drilling rig is out there in my front yard right now. They've been working on it all week. A couple of weeks ago, the hole just went dry. And I have another well that's just about 300 yards away from this second well that I've had the problem with. And they are both 500-foot deep wells. But one of them just quit producing water just like that.
Well, if you're not getting the rain, which we've been kind of starved on, it's not going to refill. You need a lot of that.
They move up and down. And actually, just about probably 60 miles north of us here, Ozarka has a very large spring, which they pull in 18-wheelers and fill up and haul back to the city and filter and sell as their spring water. It was a big deal out here. Ozarka drilling a well on the spring water out here. But there is no guarantee on any source of water that you may have. That's why you need multiple sources. I saw a guy, Michael, ask a while ago about the rainwater collection. And that's probably a big deal that Glenn may do out there in the desert, to capture whatever water that you can. I have put out a video, and I have a very large rain catchment system here on our house. All of the gutters and everything are piped into a 3,500-gallon tank at the back of my house back here that I can turn the water on or off whether I want the rainwater going in the tank or not. As long as my water wells are running, I keep it full of well water. But if need be, I can just go out there and change a pipe basically, and all of the rain gutters off of my house will fill this large tank. But in my opinion, the rainwater is going to be just like the surface water. I mean, you see everything that they are spraying on us daily from the air. Now imagine in a shit hit the fan situation where the grid is down and, companies are burning and, nuclear plants have exploded. And I mean, you can go as far down that Mad Max scenario there as you want, but you can bet when things start happening and looting and pillaging and robbing, there is going to be plenty of fire and smoke and chemical in the air. So capturing that rainwater,
Yeah.
location, 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 and what kind of a filter system do you have to possibly test or take those toxins out of that water? Water is a hard thing to store. It takes up a lot of space. I mean, people try and calculate all the time. Well, how much water do I need to store for a year? Well, do you take 100-gallon bath or do you take a sponge bath? Do you use the commode 8 times a day, or do you go outside and pee in the front yard? Every person is different on water usage and consumption, but if people actually stopped and thought about everything that they consumed all day, from these to the orange juice in the morning, to the milk, to the tea, the coffee, if they add up all of that stuff they're drinking throughout the day that's not necessarily water, you're drinking a couple of gallons a day of stuff.
Yeah.
So when all these become not available anymore and you're having to drink this pure water, that's when it really starts to realize on people how much water you drink. And it's amazing. I mean, it surprised me when I tried to live off out in my cabins in the woods, off grid, blah, blah, blah. I spent half of my day gathering water and firewood. Half of the day.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a lot. And I'm gonna try to be doing cisterns underground made out of adobe to try and do an irrigation system, because I've noticed that with the monsoon season, thousands upon thousands of gallons comes through in certain areas on my property where I can divert that into cisterns underground.
There
That's
again,
a lot of work, and because I need to have thousands upon thousands of gallons to
it
grow
becomes
food.
a storage capacity issue. You have to be able to store it when it's available. It's the same scenario as solar. I mean, it works good when it's there, but when the sun goes down, if you don't have that storage capacity and the batteries there, no matter how big a solar system you got during the day, it ain't going to help you at night. So, you got a great monsoon season there, lots of rain, but 3 months from now, you're going to need that storage capacity to pull that water back out.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we were taught, and most people just don't realize the importance of water, in that every living thing on this planet requires the use of water. Everything. And they talk about controlling the food and the oil and the energy and all this other stuff, but when they really control the water, I mean, look at how we treat each other right now over oil and the wars that we've gone to over oil. Imagine how people are going to fight over water.
And oil we could live without if we weren't so ingrained on it.
Totally. We lived without
water. You can't.
Yeah, we lived without oil for thousands of years. But I guarantee you they had a drink every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think people realize the importance of that water. And that is going to be, you can live for a couple of weeks without food. You'll be hungry and it's going to be miserable. But you go a few days without water and you're going to be in real trouble. And not a lot of people have the capacity to store up those hundreds or thousands of gallons that it's going to take for them to live for just a single year. It becomes a lot of water, especially when you start adding in, taking a shower, taking a bath, using a toilet. any kind of modern convenience that uses water uses a lot of water. You're not going to be making that whole pot of coffee anymore in the morning. You're going to be making that single
Yeah.
cup.
Yeah. But everything I've been working towards is I want to be able to live without any modern convenience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I'm not trying to have solar and solar generators and stuff, but I want to be ready to deal with it without any of that. No gas, no electricity, none of that.
Yeah. That's it's totally possible and doable, and it's not a miserable life to do. Most people are not going to make that choice. They'd much rather have convenience because living that simple life, it sounds very simple, but it is a lot of hard work to do that.
Yeah,
To be
it's never ending
self-reliant
work.
and yeah, to be self-reliant and not depend on those conveniences. Um, a prime example is your microwave. People have been spoiled or rotten with that microwave. I mean, even when you got leftovers, it's easy just to pop them in there, and 3 minutes you got a hot meal. And when you don't have that microwave and you have to start a fire and gather firewood and build that heat, and to get that hot meal is now going to take you 45 minutes to an hour to accomplish. Uh,
Yeah,
Most people would rather just push that button and go poop and have their microwave hot meal.
I haven't had a microwave in 10 years.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
I have a toaster oven.
My wife and kids are still spoiled and still like the modern conveniences. So I'm not going to say that they couldn't live without them. Actually, back when COVID first started, back in 2020, we kind of headed out of the city, left our house in the city, and went to our cabin out in the woods. And hung out there for a few months. And it is pretty much off grid, gather your water, gather your food kind of deal. We got a generator and a little bit of solar out there for some stuff, but it's definitely a lifestyle change that's gonna take some getting used to. And even for those of us that go out there and do those things and go camping and go out into the woods and stay weeks and weeks, blah blah blah. Uh, your body goes through a change. I
Oh
mean, when
yeah,
you go from your house and people go out camping for a week or whatever, there's probably few out there that don't notice some kind of intestinal change or sore from sleeping on the cot or a little dehydrated or that your eyes are just terrible from all the campfire smoke and those things tend to wear on you after a little time. It's there again, I just don't think the millions and millions and millions are ready for it. I don't think most people can grasp the concept of how many people are going to be in trouble.
yeah. People don't
Yeah.
understand what the phrase "fend for yourself" is.
Yes.
And
It's a whole world that they have never seen. I mean, some people out there, yeah, the people that have been in combat, a lot of less fortunate homeless people that have lived on the street type situations, they have faced that. Uh, I wouldn't even call it fear, but that reality of, you know, there ain't nobody coming to help you.
yeah.
It's you.
I've been there.
Yeah.
I was homeless long ago.
Yeah. And gaining
Been
that,
through a lot of that.
yeah. And
Yeah, it's not easy.
yeah,
You don't
gaining
know.
that,
There's no certainty, and
yeah.
doing life without certainty
No.
is a whole different ball game.
Yeah. And having that experience and knowing that you can deal with it and you can overcome and, you can handle that stress is It's again the knowledge and the skill. I mean, most people they're going to lose when this right here goes off. They're going to freak out.
Yeah.
They ain't got a phone or internet. They are going to be in trouble.
Yeah. I'll be
And
happy when my phone doesn't work anymore. I hate this damn
well,
thing.
as well as I do, most people, if you can't get on here and get on your maps and tell you where you're going, they're going to be lost. I mean, the simplest thing of navigation anymore, that skill and mindset and knowledge has just been lost through the convenience of this, Boop, boop, here, take me there. Boop, boop, here, take me
Yeah.
there. I don't need to know which direction's north. My phone is going to tell me. I'm going to take me another break. Hang on just a second. That coffee's going straight through me.
I'm going to look at the chat. Yeah, I used to go out quite some time ago. I lived off of the Appalachian Trail. I used to go up there and stay for weeks at a time. I don't know. It's kind of more like therapy for me, just getting away from all the people and all the noise and all that. Just made living like that much easier. Yeah, you want to learn to do as much stuff without any modern convenience as possible. Even like getting things like this. Hand drill with a chuck. You're going to need stuff like this where you can do things without power. There's all kinds of manual ways to do things. There's always another way. I've lived my life on that this whole time, on the belief that there is always another way. If you are determined enough and you pay enough attention, you can achieve what you need to do. I do have a good hand plane. It's about as old as that one. I think that's 1940s. I've got power tools and all that, but all the manual versions, I know how to use those. I need to get a treadle hammer for my smithing.
I guess it depends, Charles. What scenario do you want to take into account? The tsunami that they say is going to wash 1,000 miles inland? The asteroid that's going to hit? The EMP? I mean, I guess it really just depends. If the wave is washing in, I don't want to be in Florida. If it's an EMP, I probably don't want to be in Colorado. It's places are going to have their pros and cons. I'll be honest with you. When I picked my place here in Texas to live, I could have picked anywhere in the U.S. and we could have went and just lived. But I did some research for growing, weather, temperature. Those simple few basic things right there need to determine a lot of where you should try to live. And years ago when I did the research, it was actually a county, just a few counties up in the Florida Panhandle. They are on a good growing latitude, get lots of rainfall, weather's not too bad per se, and I did a video on it in the past. for me, anybody living probably north of Oklahoma is you're going to have a hard time. The growing
Yeah.
season is shorter up there. You're going to be dealing with some very cold temperatures. Uh, it's just harder to live in a cold environment. And I've had plenty of people respond to me on here. They can do it. They do it now. Obviously, millions of people do. But again, we start talking about a grid down situation. And you're not going to have that power. You're not going to have that gas. You're not going to have that propane. You're not going to be able to drive down the road here and buy your 3 or 4 cords of wood from Joe Blow that sells wood. I don't think, I just don't think people realize how hard it is going to be in those environments when our, conveniences go away. Yeah, Jason. With no power and no gas, no propane, and no coal, you know, it makes it very difficult to heat an area, much less a decent sized home. I mean, most houses are going to be too big for people to heat with a wood stove. Just with a wood stove. I ain't talking about, helping kicking on your heater over there and warming up the house and running your wood stove because it looks pretty. Yeah. I picked Texas for several reasons, Michael, and temperature and growing season is a big one.
Yeah, we have 2 of them down here. 2 growing
Yes,
seasons.
you can almost, if you go far enough south in Texas, much like Florida, you can grow year round. I'm fortunate. I have built a very large greenhouse. We've got oranges, grapefruits, apples. I mean, mangoes, kiwis. We have every kind of fruit tree probably imaginable down there growing. We can grow the garden in that greenhouse. We have big gardens outside.
I do
Yeah,
geothermal greenhouses too. Help better control your environment if you're in a place that gets a little too cold or too hot.
yeah.
Dig
Wendy
your
with
greenhouse down.
Hardneck Farms that was in here earlier. She has a greenhouse that has geothermal on it. I considered it at the time that I bought my greenhouse. I wish I'd have considered probably a little harder now. But it wasn't a cheap venture for us to try and run geothermal for our greenhouse.
Oh, I'm talking about a geothermal greenhouse that's not powered by geothermal, but you dig it 6 to 8 feet down into the ground,
Right?
and you
I
have
think
just your little dome over top.
I think hers is buried several feet in the ground, and they've also ran like geothermal pipe. They dug up a large area out there and ran piping, and they circulate air through that piping. That's in the ground. That's how they keep theirs warm. I mean,
Yeah, and that works as air conditioning too if you need
yes,
it.
yes,
You
it keeps
bury
it.
your pipes
Yep,
deep enough and you have top ventilation in your
yep,
building, you
yep,
can pull in the cool air from the ground.
yep. For the size of greenhouse that we built here, or the guy that I was talking to, professional at a nursery around here, I was looking at about $15,000 worth of pipe and installation for the geothermal
That's a lot.
to keep the greenhouse, at above a freezing temperature when the temperature here drops below 32. It's a lot of pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jason, she runs some fans, and they've got a little solar set up on her greenhouse there uh, to help run some of the electrical lights and fans and stuff inside of her greenhouse. Uh, I don't have any solar specifically on my greenhouse. I have ran power here from our main house, which is all solar down there to run some fans and stuff. Uh, Unfortunately for me, going my traditional way, I have burned up quite a bit of propane, and I have a wood stove inside of that greenhouse too. But there again, if shit hits the fan and my mag group does show up, or some of the people show up here to my mag group, it'll be easier to tend to those things. But tending to a wood stove and a wood stove in my house all night, every night for weeks on end when it's freezing temperatures, it gets hard on one person. You're up every 2 or 3 hours all night putting wood on that stove trying to keep it from freezing. And it's okay for the first couple of days, but after 2 or 3 days, that no sleep starts to wear on you. So it's, I take the convenient, easy way out now. Propane is available. I can go down there and light a propane heater, a night or two out of the week, and get myself some sleep and not have to worry about the greenhouse freezing. Uh-oh. Can we throw us off? We back?
I hope we're back.
I've made that plan so that when, hopefully when people do show up here that, we'll have fire duty, or, the security duty will throw logs on the fire or whatever. I looked into that boiler thing too, Jason, because I wanted to do a steam turbine out here for power rather than solar. I've got plenty of wood, and I figured I could keep a steam turbine boiler, going and make enough power. And a steam turbine I was looking at, just the turbine was like 20 grand.
Yeah.
Then you got to put a boiler on top of that, and you got to have all that, stainless piping and high pressure piping and insulation. I mean, it becomes an industrial process. It's more, I know they use them up north. It's more common, but those boiler systems can get expensive. Yeah, and maintaining that boiler system, grid down, shit hit the fan situation may be more difficult too. That is one good thing about the solar. I mean, it doesn't require a lot of maintenance, and it just sits up there and works. It doesn't make any noise, or it doesn't really draw any attention to it from the ground. Yeah, Christopher, I'd be thinking about that too. I'm probably hopefully this summer, going to try and build us an outdoor kitchen back here behind the house, because you definitely don't want to be cooking in the house summertime.
Yeah.
You might get by with it up north some, but down here, ain't going to happen.
It's cold for maybe 2 months out of the year here.
Yeah. I'm planning on trying to put together a nice size smokehouse out here this year. I got some projects I'd definitely like to get going. I'm so far behind on the garden now, it's not even funny, but I keep trying to tell myself I ain't even going to put one in this year. I got too much other stuff going on, but man, I just don't want to pass up that opportunity. I want to try and get a few things in the ground anyway. Oh yeah, summer kitchens. I got a little wood stove and cooker and pots and pans and all that stuff I want to put outside for an outdoor kitchen. I've been kind of gathering it all up for a few years. I just need to get it all together out there.
Yeah, out on our property we have plenty of clay in the soil and stuff to make all the outdoor kitchen stuff.
Right.
It's just ready-made adobe in the soil, and we have bentonite in the clay.
Yeah.
Right now, my outdoor stove is a grill.
Right. Yeah, several grills. I've got one of them box smoker things, but when it all goes down to it and you've killed a deer and you need to smoke the whole thing, you're going to have a hard time fitting that in the little grill.
Yeah, I definitely want a smokehouse.
Right.
Because we got lots of hogs down here, and I'm going to be shooting a lot of those.
Yeah, Charles, I got a grill plate stove and an oven. We got one that's actually got the top cook part and the oven bacon part on the bottom. And I've got a couple of different smaller stoves that are just the grill cooktop. Yeah, that right there in itself, just learning to cook on a wood stove is a totally different animal.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen an update on your van in a while, Canero. I don't know why I ain't getting your notifications. Of course, I ain't getting a lot of people's notifications. That doesn't surprise me. A Cannon kitchen over the cellar. The Cannon kitchen is definitely, again, that's a skill and a trade. Cooking in Cannon in here in your modern kitchen is very simplified and much easier. Trying to can out there over a coal bed or an open fire is a whole different animal. Yeah, it's smoking meat is one of the tried and proven, tested ways, through time that they've preserved it. It'll definitely keep the bugs and rot off of it. Hey, Mama V, I didn't even know you were in here. Sorry, guys. I hadn't been watching the chat, man. Talking and keeping up with it. It's just too much for me.
Yeah, I can only focus on so much at a time.
Yeah, it's crazy, especially when you get a bunch of people in there. I don't even know who all's in here. I can't read StreamYard, so I don't even know how many people are in the chat.
Does it say?
That's a good idea, Canero. Bury in your refrigerator. Of course, that works good for y'all guys, that are a little further north. Down here, it's got to be way deeper.
There's 26 in chat.
26. Well, thank all y'all 26 guys for coming in. The Amish, them guys got it going on right there.
Yeah, they got the right idea.
They've been doing it a while. They figured it out, and they know the do's and the don'ts and the haves and the have-nots.
I mean, just got to be willing to persevere and work with other people around you, build communities, and
Rub them two brain cells together and figure something out.
It can be done. There's
Yeah.
always another way.
Yeah. People get overwhelmed when you tell them they got to rub them two sticks together to make fire.
Just shorts out.
And it just wasn't a couple of 100 years ago. That was the common way people did it. And, Arkansas, he makes it look easy. He flicks that rock about 3 times and he got flame over there.
It's definitely not easy.
Yeah. It's there again, it's that skill mindset. It ain't like the movies. Because trust me, by the time you've rubbed them sticks together like what's his name did on the island out there with the blisters on your hand, you've already given up before then.
If you're reaching the point of blisters trying to make a fire, you're just running on anger.
Yeah, you're in trouble. I was watching a guy the other day off grid. Oh man, y'all come over here and you got to watch how this off grid guy does fire, and he took 5 minutes there getting all of his limbs and his straw and all of his kindling ready and everything. He said, "Okay, y'all ready?" Use what you got as long as you can, you know.
Yeah.
But when that thing quits working, I hope you've figured out a better way than rubbing two sticks together. I'll put it to you that way. Although it can be done, not easy.
No. You can use a bow drill,
Yeah,
a
that's
rock, the
that's
guide. You need to
much
know how to make
easier.
the notch and
Yeah,
collect
much
all
easier.
the hot material in the right place. Be able
Hmm.
to drop that into your tender.
Yeah, it's been done a long time. We have just, them 180 million have taken that convenience and forgotten the old way. We've all taken that convenience of the car and the McDonald's and the pizza pie and the delivery and all of that stuff, and we don't hunt and gather anymore. And the mass communities wonder why we got health problems and health issues. And you don't need to do any further than look at the stuff that we're voluntarily putting into our body.
I
The
stopped
box,
drinking soda.
yeah, the crappy box food, the sodas, the bad drinks. I mean, it's
It all really messes with you. I know I was really sick before I moved down here. Rheumatoid arthritis, and I was in a wheelchair, and just things were going downhill. I was on
yeah,
methotrexate, and they were giving me monthly infusions. I stopped all that and stopped eating out of a box and stopped
yeah,
eating processed foods, and
yeah.
now I'm back on my feet,
Yeah.
moving back around and getting stuff done again.
It makes a
I,
difference. They are poisoning us with, I mean, these very things right here, and that is one of my biggest. That's one of my biggest vices right there, man. I'm texting. I got to drink them Dr. Peppers.
it was Pepsi for me for the longest time.
But I am by far not the healthiest person around. I mean, I still eat bacon and eggs and all of that good stuff. But I get out and work every day. I exercise every day. I lift thousands of pounds of feed. Digging holes. I mean, you get out and you burn it off. I mean, it's not bad if you get up and eat 2 pounds of bacon in the morning if you're burning off 10,000 calories by lunch.
Yeah.
You get up and eat them 2 pounds of bacon and go over and sit on the couch and play video games all day. You're probably going to be in trouble. We just, again, convenience in our society. We don't have to do those things anymore. It's very easily done. People's health go by the wayside, and they wonder why they got to take a handful of pills every day. Speaking of arthritis, let me walk over here and grab something. I want to show it to y'all because I have the worst arthritis, guys, and I have found something that it's a life changer, and I'm going to show it to you.
Yeah, sometimes those video games are quite fun and they really help pass the time. I get it.
Well, I've got it bad in my hands, and anybody that knows arthritis knows it's about swelling of the joints. And you can
Yeah.
see there, I've got a little bit of knuckle. This hand here is just like gone. And my grip in this hand is it's terrible, man.
Yeah, my
You got
fingers are all
arthritis.
crooked
Yeah.
and going the wrong way.
If you got arthritis or joint pain, inflammation pain, I ain't lying to you. I mean, I was the guy eating 10 or 15 Advils a day to try and make the pain go away. It's right here. Maybe it'll focus.
Oh, yeah.
This
That's what I've
stuff,
been doing.
man, this stuff right here for anybody in the chat, turmeric. These are 1,000 milligram pills. I started off taking 2 a day, and now I'm down to just one every other day or so. This stuff right here is freaking amazing for arthritis.
Well, I'll add something to that.
Take a screen grab. It's got a little bit of black pepper in it. I don't know if y'all
I
can
was
see
gonna
them
say, you need to add
ingredients,
black
but
pepper and
yeah,
cayenne.
yeah, it's got a
And it
little bit of
strengthens
pepper in
it.
it. This stuff right here, guys, try it. If nothing else, just try it. Try it for a couple weeks. That's my tip for y'all today.
It does work.
Get some freaking turmeric, man. Put them other pills down and get you some turmeric.
I make turmeric, black pepper, and cayenne every morning and evening in hot water, like a tea. I
Right?
just drink that and take a garlic clove in the morning and at night. Just chop one in half and swallow it like a pill if you don't want your breath to stink.
Right?
But all that stuff is anti-inflammatory, and the more
Man.
variety of anti-inflammatory you can get in there, the better.
Yes, the better. It has it's a life changer. I mean, just being able to use your hands again and have some form of grip is I was getting concerned because it was affecting the old trigger finger.
Yeah, that gets achy in the morning, doesn't it?
It starts affecting that trigger finger, and you got to do something. Yeah, I'm sure there are all kinds and formulas and mixtures of it out there. I'll show you that one because I'm true testament. That stuff right there works.
I just get mine from the grocery store in the spice aisle.
Right? I talked to my wife and told her we needed to try and order some up and get some going in the greenhouse because I'd much rather grow my own and make it if possible. A couple of the members of our mag group here have some of that essential oil kind of stuff. I don't know if it's edible or whatever, but one of the guys' wives is going to make me up some turmeric salve that I can like rub on my hands. So I'm going to give that a try as well.
She can make it without the stain.
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
It's stains everything.
That pretty orange color in it.
Yeah.
Hey, if it makes my hands quit working, or feel better. I don't care if they're orange or not. Ask all the questions you want. They'll be tight around your neck as I choke the shit out of you. Yeah, I love the turmeric.
Well, a lot of that damage that's been caused that doctors tell you can't undo. A lot of that's you can undo that.
Yeah,
you really need to
I mean,
pay attention to what you eat.
Yeah, years ago, I tried that. I tried the comfrey, Charles. It didn't help. Years ago, when I went to the doctor, to really start seeing about the arthritis when it was becoming a problem, and they run all these tests and all that kind of crap. Well, the first pill they give you, you're going to be suicidal and have nightmares, and the second pill they give you, you're going to have diarrhea and leg spasms, and the third pill is going to make you nosebleed, and you may have difficulty breathing. So
don't forget anal leakage.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't take any of those pills, and I eat my Advil every day and just dealt with it. But I got turned on to that turmeric, man, and game changer.
Let food be thy medicine.
Again, the pharmaceutical industry, it all leads back, again, you go down that pharmaceutical rabbit hole. I mean, these guys they're taking our old ways and knowledge that has been passed from generation to generation of people about these natural products, all right? Natural things that you can go gather out in the forest, in the woods. They have taken that knowledge, suppressed it from us, and put it in a little pill for you to take. a generation ago, people went out and they cut down their willow tree out in the grove, and they took that willow bark and they made their own aspirin.
Yeah.
They didn't have to go buy Tylenol from the store. The Tylenol wasn't there.
You don't want that stuff anyway. It damages
Yeah,
the liver.
exactly. There again, it becomes that convenience thing. Are you going to go hike 4 miles through the thicket to get your willow to make your tea, or are you going to drive down to CVS and get some Tylenol? Most people are going to hop in their car and drive down there and slap it on their credit card and get some headache medicine from CVS.
I think it's the mold that grows on bread. I don't know what the mold is called.
It
But
is
yeah, everything we could possibly need already grows on this earth.
Yeah.
There is no need to take anything artificial,
Yeah.
and the side effects are worse than the illness a lot of the times. Taking methotrexate for quite a few years, that's a medication you take before you go on chemotherapy.
Mhm.
It destroys your immune system.
Yeah.
They tell you it's supposed to stop your immune system from attacking the body
Yeah.
continuously. I was still in a wheelchair. It didn't help anything improve. I just felt terrible all the time.
Sure.
All that stuff is unnecessary.
They're poisoning you to death. I mean, that's all it is poison.
Yeah.
And the stuff they're getting it from, they're going right out here and gathering the same root or tree or berry or whatever, taking it back to their lab, making it synthetic, where they can make it cheaper and more abundantly, synthetically, not the real thing. And that's where all these side effects come in. I mean, you're not
supposed to have it that way.
You're not just getting what's in the willow bark to take care of your headache anymore. Now you got 42 other chemicals in that Tylenol pill, that's affecting your liver and your heart and your nerves and all of that other good stuff. I mean, Big Pharma, they're in business to take care of you, not to heal you. If they heal you,
they lose a customer.
They're not making any more money.
Yeah.
It's a crazy, vicious cycle that they've got us in, and they've had us in, and they've planned it out a long time. I mean, I got to give these bastards credit. They've planned it out.
They sure did it. They sure did the damn thing.
Yeah. That's the hard concept, is for everybody to wrap their mind around the whole big scheme that's going on. It's so massive, people just can't, it can't be true. It's too much, it's too big.
Unfortunately, it is true. This is not really theory anymore.
And I don't think that is just like bread mold that you just like pull off of the bread and eat. You need to
it's processed in a way.
It has to be cultured and processed.
Yeah.
So don't be going eating a bunch of bread mold thinking it's penicillin. I'm not sure what that procedure is to make penicillin, but
I think you culture what's on the bread, the mold that's on the bread, and you
process it in some way.
Not a medical scientist.
No,
I don't really go beyond that.
I have taken that precaution and bought lots of antibiotics so I don't have to eat bread mold. But again, a good skill set, to know, is it possible to do? Can you make it? Because if you could make some penicillin, that would probably be a very barterable item. Exactly. A good diet and exercise, common sense. I mean, it's,
you gotta, you're gonna get out of your body what you put into it. And if the fuel you put in there is shit, then that's what you're gonna get from yourself.
I think if you're out there in the yard eating either one of them things, you're in trouble, Jason. I've got
Yeah,
some, crazy looking mushrooms around here, and I'm not a mushroom guy anyway. I'm all about texture, and I don't eat mushrooms, but I have got some crazy looking mushrooms around here.
yeah. Mushrooms are a dangerous thing unless you have experience with identifying those at like actual practical
Yeah,
experience, or somebody who is very well versed in it. Don't attempt it.
yeah.
You're gonna poison yourself.
I'm lucky. I'm a texture guy. I don't like them.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of mushrooms. They gotta be something special for me to want to eat them.
And deep fried heavily,
Yeah.
probably with some ranch or hot sauce or something on the side.
Hot sauce. I go through so much of that.
How was them peppers, man?
I've eaten one of the Reapers and some of the candy. It's
Yeah.
good. I haven't gotten to making any sauce, but my wife's gonna be going for a couple days to go to a baby shower, which I can't go because I can't afford to board the dogs right now. So I'm
Right.
gonna go and have a hot sauce making marathon while nobody's in the house to complain about all the capsaicin in the air.
Yeah, man. I wish you would have videoed you eating that Reaper. I hadn't seen anyone eat one yet.
I will have to take a video.
Everybody, everybody likes the candy, but that Reaper pepper, I hadn't seen anybody eat it yet.
Oh, she's vicious.
It's it's too much
I've
for
been eating
me.
hot stuff since I was a little kid.
Yeah, I like hot stuff,
Yeah.
but that's a whole new level of hot.
Oh yeah, that's not practical heat. But you eat stuff hot like that, it kind of puts you in la la land.
Yeah, yeah. You get that endorphin rush for sure.
Yeah.
Uh, and Jason, you didn't like your candy, man. I didn't even send you the hot stuff. You got the good stuff. That was just a cowboy candy. I'm making it now with those Carolina Reapers.
Yeah. Yeah, he sent me some of the Red Hill Reaper candy.
Yeah. It is crazy what you can grow out of that garden down there. The portobello's, oh man, I am not a mushroom guy.
Yeah, nah.
Can't do it. I've had them fried too, barbecued, smoked. I just get them things in my mouth, man. It's like an oyster. I can't do it.
No, I don't like. It's that whole feel when your teeth go through a mushroom. It gives me the willies.
It just seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger the more I chew.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, exactly, Michael. It is a special kind of hell. I've had one going in the greenhouse now since last year, and it has kept red peppers on it all winter long. I mean, it's done good.
I'm gonna be growing a lot of them this time around. I've been building up a supply of hot peppers.
I hope some of them seeds or what you dry one of them out. I sent those dried ones that had seeds in them, so
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't get
taking the
one to
seeds
sprout,
out of like half of them.
right?
I know plenty should grow out of that.
If you don't get one sprouted, let me know, and I can probably graft a limb or something off of my plant and get it going and send it to you.
Well, I haven't had any failures of getting peppers going in the past. I think it'll be all right.
You're in a good area down there to grow peppers.
Oh, they grow like wild here. I put some in the garden outside of this house, even though the yard is tiny, and they got twice as big as I thought they were going to.
Right. Yeah, y'all, some cream of mushrooms. That's too funny. Well, did we hit everything on our list? Now that it's 1 a.m. and I got to get up in 4 hours. Yeah, we hit a lot. Pretty much everything I had on my list. Yeah, don't need chili powder. That's no doubt. Hang on 1 second. Let me get a drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna flame roast some of the reapers to make some hot sauce. I didn't know he had a list either. Canning chili beans with hot sauce. That sounds delicious.
Oh, man, my camera sure looks grainy. I wonder if my internet's going here.
It's probably just it trying to see in the dark.
Oh, we ain't got no list, Andrea. Trust me, we don't stay on schedule or on a list around here at all. I just wanted to invite Glenn up. We've been chatting this last week, and you know, like I said, people kind of on the same page. Give him a little exposure. Y'all go over and check out his channel. Anybody else that wants to come up, I dropped that link earlier.
Yeah, hound me about making more content, which I
Yeah,
need to do.
yeah. Hey man, like I said earlier, guys, all of you here in the chat, man, they give us this platform for free. Get out there and spread the knowledge that you have. You know that I hate to say YouTube is bad about it. It's one of my pet peeves. How many times can you convert a shed to a house? And everybody out there is doing it. But the one guy that's got a good idea, that's a shortcut that you like, may help you in your venture. So any idea is a good idea, guys. Use the platform they give you. Make friends, make that community, spread the knowledge, spread the ideas. It's easy to do. Yeah, sauce
Yeah,
is good. The canning, the homesteading, the preparing videos now, man, it is a hot deal. I mean, I didn't get into it to get viewers or subscribers or money from YouTube. I just wanted to try and spread what knowledge I had. It works for some people, may not work for others. And what I do here may not work for you there, but it gives people an idea.
man, it got
Flame
late.
roasted reapers, those will be damn hot.
Yeah. Have you flame roasted yours yet?
I have not barbecued them or anything.
I use a little handheld torch to roast them.
A
Have you
handheld torch.
roasted yours yet?
I have not barbecued them or anything. Hey, Michael, turn your YouTube volume
I use
down.
a little handheld torch to roast
Hey,
them.
yeah, this phone of mine is weird, so I'm trying to get it to go.
I think it's working now.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
hear it.
yeah, it's working now. Yeah, I was interested in getting that, seeing how it turns out, that Reaper sauce, because I like I like the Carolina Reapers. Those are pretty nice peppers. They're a bit hot, but I like hot stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
I've given everybody the same offer, man. My email is on my about page on my channel. Email me and send me
Mhm.
your address, and I'll send you a little jar down of what we made up here. If you like
Oh,
really hot,
cool.
I can send you the Reaper stuff. If you want regular cowboy candy, we make a regular, not so hot batch too.
The Reaper
I
stuff.
sent
Oh,
Glenn some. I sent Glenn some fresh peppers off the plant and some dried ones. If you want to grow your own, there's seeds in them, or you can dry some of the fresh ones.
I've got a good cowboy candy recipe.
yeah, my wife's got a real good cowboy candy recipe too. So hey, man, yeah, shoot, if we can grow the Reapers here, no problem, no problem. But you had mentioned earlier about a mag group.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
We're down by Galveston.
yeah, we're down by Galveston,
Yeah.
and so we got Republic of Texas SOCOM.
Right.
So we've got, you know,
Is it
we're pretty
friends,
much,
family, a public group that has come together? How did y'all
well,
get together?
we had quite a few a while back ago,
Yeah.
and one of the wonderful three-letter agencies decided that they didn't like us, and
Yeah,
so
people
they
coming
came and they
together in a
harassed my
community.
people.
Sure.
Yeah, they harassed my people, and they gave me all kinds of hell.
Yeah.
But this has been several years back, so now with what we got in DC, you know, we've got a definite issue here. So,
Oh yeah.
I would not be surprised if they didn't try to bring Chi-Com troops across the border from Mexico under blue helmet and flag.
Exactly.
And
They create
you know,
enough chaos here, and it's all the defund the police and the anti-military and equality and all that kind of stuff.
well, and with this one's confiscation agenda,
Oh yeah.
he'd most likely ask his Chinese masters for help.
Oh yeah.
And since we've got 750,000 of them little slant-eyed yellow heathens down in Mexico
Mm-hmm.
on a fully operational military base that they're leasing from the Mexican drug cartels, because those are the people who really run Mexico.
They got an island up there off of Canada too, I think.
They do.
Well, yeah, Monsieur Trudeau
Mm-hmm.
is leasing land to another 250,000 of them up there in Edmonton, Alberta.
Sure.
Yep. And
Out of,
so
out of the
they've got.
chaos, man. I mean, like I said, they don't.
Mhm.
I don't think that they don't want to pose or put the military against us here. I think they know there would be a high rate of desertion of people that wouldn't do it.
It's all around their brain.
So they can bring in these foreign people that don't give two craps about our rights. They're not going to have
Well,
a problem putting that boot of tyranny on your neck.
well, let me tell you what, brother. You and I are cut from the same cloth. We're Texans. They're going to have to go around the sovereign Republic of Texas.
That they are.
They want to, hope there's not any little kids listening, but I tell you what, they want to try to pull that shit here.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you, you come to Texas with aims of tyranny, you come here to die.
Yeah. There's going. I think
Amen.
We will kill you.
again, I have the hope and the faith that at some point people are going to stand up to it. I mean,
Oh, we have to. As Texans, we have to.
yeah, you have to. Exactly. I mean, at some point, there has to be a line there somewhere where we say no.
Yes, sir. Well, and
again,
I think
what's it going to take to get all of these people to agree to come together to say no more?
Mhm.
cold and wet.
It's going to be a pretty good size event.
Yeah. Well, I guarantee you, you know, the sight of 750,000 Chi-Com troopers coming across that or trying to come across that border under a UN helmet and flag is going to get a whole lot of people, a whole lot of upset.
The UN flag and helmet might raise more eyebrows, but I mean, realistically, Michael, you know as well as I do here in Texas. I mean, there's been 4 million come across in the last couple of years. I mean, we're already being invaded.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
Well,
when the state of Texas has to sue the federal government because we're trying to close our own border, you know, I mean, that there again, the federal government is against us. They don't want us closing that border. Even
well,
with
I'll tell you what.
taxpayer dollars, we're going to pay for it ourselves, and they still
That's
won't let us
right.
do it. You know, we still can't get it done, even paying for it ourselves. There's a group right here
Well,
from our county that goes down there and patrols every month out there on private land.
mm,
You know, they don't have any arrest, capability. They can just tell, the border patrol where these people are at, but they go down there and patrol the private ranches that the border patrol won't do. A couple of the guys in my mag group go down there and do it. One of them's a vet right here in our county.
amen, brother. You know what? Sometimes when you see them coyotes out there kind of shepherding these illegals across, sometimes you just have to acquaint them with the whisper of authority.
Yeah.
Acquaint them very well with the whisper of authority.
Yeah. I think it will come. It's going to come down to that eventually.
Well,
But they're going to beat us. They're going to beat us and starve us and force us into submission. I mean, they're going to force, the compliance first. That's their plan. That's what they're doing right now. I mean, they're doing it to us every day.
I can guarantee you Texas ain't going to have no part of it.
Yeah, we're trying.
Texas will secede. I guarantee you that.
We've been, it's been talked about and kicked around for a long time, but the powers that be ain't going to let that happen. We're the 7th largest economy on the planet. They're not just going to let Texas secede and go on its own.
At least not let them fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, they've thought of that. They know we got plans of doing that. They know there's a hell of a lot of people here in Texas that are going to protect what they have and stand on their right. And, I got faith that there are people all over the United States that are going to do that. I got friends in states everywhere, that feel the same way we do here in Texas. And unfortunately, we're all under that same system. We got to comply. I mean, for now, we do. People comply. They go along to get along. I mean, you still got fees to, kids to feed. Your electricity bill needs paid. You still got to buy groceries. You still got to use that greenback dollar to go down there and buy those things that you need to live. Mm-hmm. They've got us in that system. We can fight it. I do every day. That's what I surround myself with, is being able to try and fight that system. But I still go out there and get in my truck that I pay taxes on, and I drive on the state highway, and I have to pay their fuel tax and their sales tax, and, they tax me to death. But I still pay them.
That's what they're doing to everybody.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do to everybody. Again, you're going to own nothing and be happy, and the way they're going to do that is they're going to force us into that compliance. And it ain't going to be tonight or tomorrow or next week. It's going to be over the next 10 years. Because they don't want me and you and Glenn. They want our kids. Because they've already got them on this. Can y'all see that light flashing right there on that camera? You see that? You see that blinking light?
Yep.
It only shows up on another infrared camera. Do you notice that? Every time that thing blinks right there, it is taking a picture of your face. These iPhones take nearly 30 pictures a minute of whatever you're holding. You can see it right
Yeah.
there working.
Yeah, that's why I won't have one.
Yeah, I got to. I run several businesses. My businesses operate off of this.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you're going to live in modern society, you got to have it. People tell their kids, "Oh,
Yeah.
you're not going to have an iPad. You're not going to have a phone. You're not going to have this." On one hand, it's great because you're not exposing them to that technology, but on the other hand, you are limiting their availability because the rest of the world and kids are moving on with that technology. And if your kids don't know how to operate that technology when they become adults, they are at a detriment to society. So you have to teach them the good and the bad of all of this crap they give us.
Hmm.
But if you restrict it,
That's why I have an Android.
yeah, trust me, that one's just as bad as that iPhone.
Yeah,
They're all
they're
bad.
all terrible.
Yep.
They're all doing the worst things to us that we fear. They're all tracking us. They're all recording us. They're all watching us. It's the system they have in China. We voluntarily put this thing in our pocket, no matter whether it's an iPhone and AT&T and Android, whatever it is. They've already got us voluntarily carrying those things around, giving them all of our information because nobody reads those terms of agreement. It's just like YouTube and the business I run. I can't complain to YouTube about the way they want to run their business and whether or not they want to allow me free speech on here. It is their platform and they have their regulations. And if they don't want me talking about COVID or the war or Ukraine or whatever, that is their choice. I agreed to it when I signed my name down there. So, I own a business, several, and I have the right to refuse service to anyone I don't want to do business with.
There you go.
I reserve that right as well. So I don't hold it against YouTube for their whatever they want to call it, censorship or whatever. I don't agree with the moral aspect of it, but I have to agree to use their platform.
Well,
again, they give us this free tool. I'm going to use it to spread what knowledge and truth and information I can. However, I can do that, whether it's canning or preparing or solar or off grid or water filters or getting on here and reading the news and just talking with everybody, Maybe there was somebody that came in the chat tonight that listened and said, "Hey, man, maybe these guys ain't so crazy. Maybe I need to look into this. Maybe I need to think about that. Maybe I need to broaden my horizon."
Yep.
The
Because
things I don't like about YouTube are some of these big, great channels, that have a far reach over hundreds of thousands of people, and they get on there and talk about the dumbest shit that has nothing to do with what's going on today in the world.
Oh Lord, have I noticed that?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it would be so great if the human, species could come together and see that truth and see what these people do to us. Their reach is so great, but instead of Mr. Beast getting on there and telling you about the truth, he wants you to come put your hand on a Lamborghini so some jackass can win it. You got to hope for the best for society, but hey, man, I try and do my part. They give me a free platform. I don't give a shit what I look like, what I sound like, if anybody cares or anybody's opinion.
Right.
If you want to listen, get up here and listen. If you don't, there's a little red X up there in the corner. You can just click that X. And
click that X and exactly. Well, and that's why,
but
that's
I'll give you a dose of reality and truth while you're here for sure.
Well,
I mean, you may not like it, but it's going to be the truth as far as I know and how it works.
Exactly. Not the truth is manufactured by
La La Land with unicorns and fairies and blue
Yeah,
and green
unicorns and
hair.
fairies and all the other. Yeah,
You identify as a cat today. I live in the real world.
exactly, exactly. You know, and that's what, unfortunately, I think will be the undoing of this society.
Yeah. Oh,
They don't live in the real world. They don't, it's like they have an aversion to, oh my goodness, real life is so harsh,
yeah.
oh,
They're
but
ready to stick their head in the sand and not have to deal
mhm,
with real life.
they don't want to deal with because
Yeah.
it's so harsh. Well, guess what? When it comes knocking at your front door, what are you going to do?
It's
You
here.
don't want to deal with it, you know?
I mean, I hate to say that our mortal enemy that they have told us about the last 50 years of my life during the Cold
Mm-hmm.
War, the Russians over there, Mr. Putin's speech the other night hit the freaking nail right on the head. Our
Mm.
corrupt government, the morals of this country, the way that they have turned this country, the equality and all the whole bullshit scheme that you see going on over here, he hit the nail right on the head.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say
Well,
that
hell,
he's right.
well, but but when you look at it, it was their own damn invention to begin with,
Mm-hmm.
because the communists invented all that bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Democrats, on 21 June of 1944, they accepted every plank of Communist Manifestos 1 and 2 as party platform.
Mm-hmm.
So since 1944, they've basically been the American Communist Party.
Yeah.
No wonder that they want to push that gun control crap.
Sure.
Control
of
my
every
my my
aspect.
old yeah my old DI at Paris Island had a definition of gun control. He said true gun control is the inherent and or learned ability to hit your target first time every time with precision and as many times as the tactical situation calls for it.
Exactly. Good
That's
control.
gun control. And that's the only kind of gun control we need in this country.
Yeah, the two enemies of a gun, a rust and a politician.
That's right. That's right. A liberal a leftist liberal politician
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah, hell, it ain't got to be even that. Mr. Trump tried to ban them too. I mean,
Yeah.
they all go for that. It's very simple, the Second Amendment. They can take the simplest things. That's why I say it's null and void. You got the Second Amendment, but yet
Exactly.
there are 20,000 gun laws on the books.
Mm-hmm.
So how can the Second Amendment even be, how can you fall back and rely on that? You can't. I mean, the honest, true fact of it is you can't. There's 20,000 gun laws on the books. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't have a suppressor. Can't have full automatic. You can't have this. You can't have a bump stock. Can't have this. Can't have that. You got a red flag law.
Well,
on and on.
I think our governor here in Texas kind of put a big kink in that with the suppressor freedom law that he wrote in a law here in Texas.
Yeah,
and
well,
then
they're fighting that. We're in court with them now.
Yeah.
ATF is, but ATF is losing. ATF is losing ground. Hell, ATF is losing ground with the Supreme Court.
They ain't losing ground. They got 20,000 laws on the books.
Yeah, just remember,
I can't go down there today and buy my suppressor. They might be gaining ground, but I can't go down there and buy it today.
They also like to give out little bitty wins to think that, we're gaining some kind of ground.
They take a mile
really,
and they
you're
give
not.
you back a foot.
Exactly.
They take a mile, give you a foot.
Yeah.
And see, we compromised.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's okay. I compromise. I pay my fees, my extortion fees, my tax stamps, and I gather that stuff up.
Exactly.
I I'll go ahead and pay
Exactly.
my extortion fee because I want it. A
Mm-hmm.
little piece of paper makes it okay for me to have it. I'm going to go ahead and
Mm-hmm.
pay it because I want it.
Yep.
Yep.
But when the shit hits the fan, it's there for you to use
It's there for
to
a reason.
defend your freedom and to defend your right to have it.
That's right. There is really not any gun restriction if you got the money.
That's yep.
All you got to have is the money. I mean, if you got the money, you can have a Black Hawk, or you can actually have a tank, or, you know, if you had the money, you could probably get a submarine. You know, because we sell this shit to everybody else around the world, so all you need is money.
Cartel
Yep.
builds their own submarines.
Hell, the cartels are using submarines. They're using old decommissioned fleet subs. There you go, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Right there.
There's the
There's your tax stamp.
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Oh yeah. What is that? A Knight's Armament or a Pegasus?
I'm not even sure what that one is. I think it's a. This one actually came from Texas, I think. Oh, I didn't even know there. It might be a Ruger. Radical.
Oh, the suppressors are Radical.
Oh, the suppressor's a Yankee Hill.
Yankee Hill. Okay,
Yankee
good
Hill.
stuff.
Yeah, I like
Good
Yankee
stuff.
Hills. I run them on pistols and several rifles. I've had good luck with them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
I
good.
just got my bare bones.
Yep. Yep.
So the 9 is sitting over there on the table. There's a 12 gauge by the front door. There's a 5.56 sitting here right beside me. That's just
Dang,
before
you sound like me, brother. I ain't never but within 12 inches of a loaded firearm.
yeah, that's before I get to the safe that's in the living room, and the other safe that's in the closet, and the third safe in the back room. That are, so hopefully what I got here close to me will get me to the bigger stuff back there.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
And
I carry in my house.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And if all else fails, I also have double-edged English broadsword, and I've got Japanese katanas coming out the ass, and I know how to use them.
I make blades. They're everywhere here.
There you go, brother.
I know
There you
I've
go.
showed them before, but
Hello. Now, ooh, that's pretty. That is
like
pretty,
that.
pretty.
these were made from a guy in Australia. I told Glenn I'm fixing to give one of these away, Glenn. Let me see. I think this is the one he made for me.
Damn,
like
that's
a
a good-looking knife, brother.
Scandy
But I
grind.
think this one I've already got picked out to give to another guy.
I
Wow,
like that.
And
that's
this
nice
one,
looking.
This is the one I'm going to give away on the channel. Coming up here pretty soon, probably in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, right.
I'm going to do a video about the guy that made them, and we made an arrangement to give one away. So nice knives.
Very nice. Very
He
nice.
made that one for my kitchen. I don't know if y'all can see the copper. It's all copper insets. But it
That's
matches
nice.
my
Oh, yeah.
copper
That's a good-looking blade.
kitchen back there.
Mm-hmm.
I still
Yep.
got to get them out and use them. I hadn't even used them yet, but this is a sharpest freaking knife I've ever had right there.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, y'all check out Glenn, man. He makes some pretty cool stuff.
One of them.
All
That's
right.
one I got out
Oh,
recently.
hang on. I'll unplug my camera.
Oh, there you go.
Bushcraft.
That's a
knife.
good-looking knife, Glenn.
I come up with the stuff myself. I don't use patterns or anything.
What are you using? High carbon steel or?
Just it's 1080.
1080.
I need to, yeah, I need to spend some money to get better.
Oh, 1080 is not bad.
Oh, there it goes.
It'll hold an edge. Ooh, that's nice. That's real nice.
Utility knife with a forged scale finish on it.
Yeah.
Here's another
You
really
got some
pretty
cool
one.
instruments going on there.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a nice.
Yeah. Damn, that almost looks like a whaling harpoon.
It does. It does look like one. It's got a big round cut inside of it for your finger.
Oh, there you go. Man, yeah, I'm gonna have to get. You have a catalog, Glenn?
I don't really have a catalog. I just have pictures of stuff that I've been making. But I kind of just do whatever, and if somebody wants something, and you can describe it to me or whatever. Here's the first two that I sold.
Oh wow.
That one has
little-
got a sweet pattern in it, man. It's not showing up on that picture, but it's like a file. Isn't that what you said you made that of? A file?
Yeah, it's a rasp.
Oh, you made it out of a rasp? Oh man.
It's a castration knife. I made a
Mhm.
bird's head lanyard loop on the back.
Yeah.
That's a burnt oak handle. And then the other one's a little mini cleaver.
Damn. You do some good work, my friend.
Well, thank you.
You do some good work.
Trust me, those pictures ain't doing it justice.
I believe it. I believe it.
A picture of a picture on my crappy video quality. They look good.
Yeah. Well, that's the mark of a true craftsman.
Yeah, they all look kind of shitty on the video. Pictures are
But-
pretty good, but
Yeah.
I appreciate
But
that.
hey, if
Make
you're
something out
you're
of
using
nothing.
good
That's it.
steel.
Skill set right there.
Yep. That comes in handy, especially in a shit hits the fan situation.
But it's also not the only thing I make. I make tools as well. I've made some chisels and a wood carving knife.
There you go. Nice.
And knife making is pretty great.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
addicted to it.
Yeah. I do like me a nice knife, because it's not just a weapon, but it's a tool.
Yeah, it's a tool for all kinds of things. You
All
kind of
kinds
need
of
to
things,
have one.
exactly.
I mean, I don't ever not have a knife. Right now, I've got this old bone case on me.
Nice. There you go. Yeah, you can't go wrong with a case.
You're down there in Galveston, Michael. We actually got a place over in Katy. I'm not too far from you.
Oh man, well I'm in Alvin.
Alvin.
Yeah, I'm in Alvin.
I'm an
That's
Alpine.
Where is Alvin down there?
Alvin's about 40 miles north of Galveston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're about maybe 30.
Down there off 45.
Well, I'm off of 6.
Off of 6. Okay.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah, you ain't too far from me down there.
Yeah, we're pretty close to like Manville.
Yep. When you text me for that hot sauce, send me your text number. Maybe we can set up something and shake a hand together down there or something.
Hey, man, I'd love it. I'd love it.
Charles there got the right idea. Barter time with the knives.
Yeah,
Yep.
I do barter.
Well, what's this,
Yep.
Glenn? You making Stewart a knife and not me? Come on, man. What's the deal? I should have
Stuart was first in line.
ideas.
Hey, that's how you can tell a craftsman too. He's got a line waiting for his work.
Yeah, be sure and get me in that line there somewhere.
Yep.
That I will do.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you have to get my. I have to get you my number or some way to contact me.
You got
Yeah,
your email up on your page? Is your
My email should be on my page somewhere.
Right,
I'm just terrible at checking it.
right. Only reason I do is because it comes straight to my pocket.
yeah.
Using that convenience. There's a. Have you heard of the Texas Preparedness Group, Michael?
Texas preparedness? Not lately, no.
No, I hadn't been on there in years, but probably 4 or 5 years ago, I know before it changed hands, there were a bunch of people kind of getting together in groups around in that off of that site.
Yeah. I know last big deal that I went to, well, my unit went to, and it was out there. I forgot what the name of the campground was. I think it was just a little bit south of Dallas.
Yeah.
It was several years back, but I mean, just all of a sudden, there was FBI everywhere.
Yeah, there probably 4 or 5 years ago when I first was chatting with some people on there, the original owners of it weren't too bad, but as it grew there and exchanged hands a couple of times, I hadn't been on the site in years and years and years, and I got an email the other day where some people down there were meeting around the Houston area out there. They were interested in meeting, so I didn't know. I hadn't known what's been going on there with a few years, but you can't put anything together now that the FBI ain't watching. I mean, shit, they're probably in the freaking chat.
More than likely.
Yeah.
I know. I had one of their and I don't know why the hell they sent a damn bomb tech. I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? Ain't nothing. There ain't no bombs here. Ain't nobody making any bombs here. What the hell they sent a bomb tech for? But anyway,
train us. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. But they were he was. I think he's probably retired by now because he was an older gentleman, but he had this young pup with him. Huh?
I said they ain't never retired.
No, this guy looked like he could. Either that or keel over. One of the two. But yeah, he had this young pup with him, and yeah, the youngin was like a real brash, upstart kind of kid.
Oh, need to make a name for himself.
Yeah, I'm like, well, okay, Sonny, if that's the way you want to act, you go ahead and push your weight around, but
get you nowhere.
Yeah, it gets you absolutely nowhere. It doesn't make you any more of a man. In fact, unless you got USMC tattooed on you somewhere, I don't think much of you anyway. So, if you think you're Billy Badass, come on with it.
There's always somebody bigger and badder.
Exactly. Always.
I gotta get going. I'm getting tired.
You out of here,
lovely. Yeah.
Well, it is 1:30. Y'all are only gonna give me 3.5 hours of sleep tonight.
Right.
It's been lovely.
Well, it has been, gentlemen. But I'll send you my my contact info.
Yeah, email either one of us, man. It's
on the site. Yeah. Yeah.
It's good to meet
I'll
you.
get on your site and I'll just email you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you, man. Thanks for stopping by, chit-chatting with us. We'll do
Same
this.
here, brother.
Definitely be in touch. Subscribe so you know. I never know when I do
Yep.
these. I ain't ever on no schedule.
Absolutely.
Y'all be
Y'all
good.
have a good night, gentlemen,
All
and
right. You too.
God bless the Republic of Texas. Let's keep her free.
Thank
God
you.
bless Texas.
Thanks,
Amen.
guys.
Good night.
All right.
All right,
I
Glenn.
will
I won't
talk
hold
to
you,
you
man.
later.
You get out of here, man. I appreciate you stopping by.
Thanks for having me. Night, y'all.
All right, guys. The rest of y'all in chat there, I will give y'all a few minutes to say good night. I ain't gonna hold y'all because I got to get some sleep too. Mama V, you held out that long. Thanks for staying. Charles, Stewart, I thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it and hanging out, discussing. Any of y'all guys are welcome to come up on platform next time. Thanks for stopping in, Cypress. I know it's early over in your neck of the woods. Early morning, or hell, it might even be lunch or afternoon over there. But I thank all y'all guys for coming in, listening, chatting, participating. Y'all watch what's going on out there, guys. It's getting crazy. Crazier by the day. 9:30 a.m. That ain't too bad. We 1:30 a.m. here. Again, thank all y'all guys. Like, share, subscribe, share it out. I appreciate it, and maybe we can do this a little more regularly. My schedule's been a little hectic, but I like chit chatting with y'all guys. Y'all stay safe out there, guys. All right. Heads up, eyes open. Take care. Have a good night.